The ocean, vast, silent, and older than memory itself. Beneath its surface lies a world we barely understand, a realm where sunlight fades and mystery begins. Down there are stories that challenge everything we think we know. Underwater ruins cut with impossible precision, ships that disappeared without a trace, and abysses so deep and dark that not even our most advanced machines can see their end. These aren't myths or legends, they're real. Every discovery only deepens the question, what else is hiding beneath the waves? So settle in, take a breath, and get ready to descend into the unknown. Because the deeper we go, the stranger and more unforgettable it becomes. Our stories today begin in 1986 when a local diver exploring off the coast of Japan came across something he couldn't explain. Massive stone structures lying silently on the ocean floor. At first, it looked like the ruins of an ancient civilization, but experts disagreed. Were they natural formations shaped by the sea or evidence of a lost chapter in human history? This is the story of the Yonaguni Monument, one of the most fascinating underwater mysteries ever discovered. The story of the Yonaguni Monument begins in a place as serene as it is remote. The waters off Yonaguni Island, part of Japan's Okinawa Prefecture. Yonaguni is the kind of place where the modern world feels far away. Surrounded by turquoise waters and rugged cliffs, it's the last inhabited island of Japan before you hit Taiwan. A place where the pace of life slows down and the ocean stretches endlessly into the horizon. But beneath the surface of these tranquil waters lies a mystery that has baffled scientists and explorers for decades. It all started in 1986. Kahachiro Aratake, a local dive tour operator, was on the lookout for new underwater spots to attract tourists. Yonaguni's crystal-clear waters and vibrant coral reefs were already a diver's paradise. But Aratake wanted to find something unique, something that would set Yonaguni apart. One afternoon, while diving along the southern coast of the island, something caught his eye. At first, it was just a shadow, a darker patch on the seafloor. Intrigued, he swam closer, and as he descended, the shadow grew larger, much larger. What he saw next stopped him in his tracks. Rising from the seabed was a structure unlike anything he had ever seen before. Massive, angular, and eerily symmetrical, it looked more like the ruins of an ancient city than a natural rock formation. Before we continue with this story, a quick note. The visuals in today's video are a bit more sparse than usual. This story, and the others we'll explore, took a great deal of time to research, edit, and record. So, feel free to treat this as a background companion while you work, go about your day, or simply sit back and let your mind wander through these incredible mysteries. The visuals will add context, but they're not essential to enjoy the journey. Thanks for being here, and now back to the story. As Kimura explored further, he noticed features that seemed deliberately crafted. There were what appeared to be wide stairs leading to elevated platforms, corridors carved into the rock, and even holes that resembled doorways or windows. One section of the structure, known as the turtle, looked like a giant sculpture of a sea turtle resting on a pedestal. Kimura became convinced that these features were man-made, created by a civilization that predated recorded history. But here's the thing. The structure was submerged under 100 feet of water. For it to have been above sea level, Kimura estimated it would have to date back at least 10,000 years, to a time when sea levels were significantly lower due to Ice Age glaciation. If true, this would make the Yonaguni Monument one of the oldest human-made structures on Earth, potentially rewriting the timeline of human civilization. Kimura spent years studying the site, and with every dive, he found more evidence to support his theory. He discovered what looked like stone tools embedded in the seabed near the monument, suggesting that humans had worked on the structure. He even claimed to find carvings, symbols etched into the rock that could be remnants of an ancient script. For Kimura, the monument wasn't just a fluke of nature. It was proof of an advanced culture that thrived long before the civilizations we know today. But not everyone agreed. As news of the Yonaguni monument spread, skeptics began to weigh in. Many geologists argued that the structure could be explained by natural processes. Sandstone, the primary material at Yonaguni, is known to fracture in straight lines when exposed to certain types of erosion. Underwater currents, combined with the natural movement of tectonic plates, could have created the terraces and sharp angles that made the monument so striking. Robert Shook, a geologist from Boston University, was one of the most vocal critics. Shook traveled to Yonaguni and dived at the site, but he wasn't convinced. While he admitted that some features were unusual, he argued that the majority of the structure could be explained by natural weathering. In Shook's view, there wasn't enough evidence to conclude that humans had shaped the monument. The debate over Yonaguni quickly became polarizing. On one side, Kimura and his supporters argued that the precision and complexity of the structure were too intentional to be natural. On the other side, skeptics insisted that without definitive artifacts, like pottery or tools, the monument couldn't be conclusively linked to human activity. Both sides presented compelling arguments, and the mystery of Yonaguni only deepened. For divers, the monument became a bucket list destination, a place where you could witness the intersection of history and nature. Swimming through the underwater labyrinth surrounded by schools of fish and the eerie silence of the deep, you couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Whether it's a relic of a forgotten civilization or a masterpiece of natural geology, the Yonaguni monument continues to captivate and confound everyone who visits it. The Yonaguni monument became a lightning rod for debate among scientists, historians, and explorers. On one side were those like Masaaki Kimura, who firmly believed that the monument was evidence of a lost civilization, a relic from a time so ancient it defied traditional timelines of human development. On the other side were skeptics, primarily geologists, who saw the structure as a remarkable but ultimately natural formation shaped by erosion and the relentless forces of the ocean. Kimura's theory was bold. He argued that the monument wasn't just a singular structure but part of a much larger complex, one that included roads, smaller buildings, and even what he believed were ceremonial features like a stone altar. According to Kimura, the Yonaguni monument could date back as far as 10,000 years, potentially even older than the pyramids of Egypt or Stonehenge. This theory was tantalizing. If true, it would suggest that an advanced culture existed in this part of the world at a time when most human societies were thought to be simple hunter-gatherers. Kimura wasn't without evidence. Over the years, he claimed to have found stone tools and what he believed were carvings near the monument, including symbols etched into the rock. He even suggested that some features of the turtle formation were sculptural, deliberately carved to resemble animals or symbols important to the builders. To Kimura, these findings pointed to a human touch, evidence that the structure wasn't merely a quirk of nature. But skeptics pushed back hard. Robert Schoch, a well-known geologist from Boston University, became one of the most vocal opponents of the man-made theory. After diving at Yonaguni, Schoch concluded that the monument's features could be explained by natural geological processes. Sandstone, the material that makes up the Yonaguni monument, is prone to fracturing in straight lines, especially when subjected to tectonic activity and strong underwater currents. Over time, these forces could create flat terraces, sharp edges, and even steps that looked intentional but were entirely natural. Schoch wasn't alone in his skepticism. Many geologists pointed out that there were similar formations around the world that had been created by nature. The Giant's Causeway in Ireland, for example, is a series of perfectly hexagonal basalt columns formed by volcanic activity, while the Bimini Road in the Bahamas, a series of rectangular limestone blocks, was initially thought to be a man-made road but later attributed to natural erosion. One of the biggest sticking points for skeptics was the lack of definitive artifacts. For a site to be considered man-made, there needs to be clear evidence of human activity, like pottery, tools, or other cultural artifacts. While Kimura claimed to have found stone tools near the monument, critics argued that these could have been washed into the area by ocean currents and didn't necessarily prove that humans had worked on the structure. The debate wasn't just about Yanaguni, it was about how we interpret evidence of ancient civilizations. Kimura and his supporters saw the monument as a chance to challenge conventional timelines, to explore the possibility that advanced societies existed much earlier than we thought. Skeptics, on the other hand, warned against jumping to conclusions without concrete evidence. To them, the Yanaguni monument was a fascinating natural formation, but nothing more. If the Yanaguni monument is man-made, it raises a tantalizing question. Who built it and why? Kimura speculated that it might be connected to the lost continent of Mu, a mythical landmass said to have sunk beneath the Pacific Ocean thousands of years ago. While there's no scientific evidence to support the existence of Mu, the idea of a sunken civilization resonates with legends from around the world, from Atlantis in the west to Lemuria in the east. Kimura's theory suggested that Yanaguni could have been a center of culture and religion for an ancient people, a place where rituals were performed and knowledge was passed down. The monument's step design and terrace-like features reminded him of ziggurats and pyramids found in other ancient cultures. If true, it could mean that humanity's story is far older and more complex than we currently understand. But skeptics pointed out a major flaw in this theory. There's no direct link between Yanaguni and any known civilization. Unlike sites like Machu Picchu or the Great Pyramid of Giza, which are surrounded by cultural artifacts and written records, the Yanaguni monument exists in isolation. No tools, no pottery, no ruins of nearby villages, nothing definitively ties it to human hands. There's also the question of its age. Kimura estimated that the monument could be over 10,000 years old, based on how long it would have taken for rising sea levels to submerge it. But skeptics argue that dating a site based on sea level changes is tricky at best. Without physical evidence, like carbon-dated artifacts, it's impossible to determine the monument's age with certainty. Despite the lack of consensus, Yanaguni continues to capture the imagination of people around the world. It's not just a question of geology or archaeology, it's a question of what we're willing to believe. The idea of a lost civilization, one that built monumental structures only to be swallowed by the sea, is undeniably compelling. It taps into our fascination with the unknown, our desire to uncover secrets hidden beneath the surface. Even if the monument is natural, it's a masterpiece of nature, a reminder of how powerful and creative the forces of the earth can be. The straight lines, the terraces, the sharp angles. These features may be the result of erosion and tectonic activity, but they look deliberate, almost like a work of art. Standing on the seafloor, surrounded by the monument's imposing walls and platforms, it's easy to see why so many divers have been captivated by its mystery. In the end, the Yanaguni monument remains an enigma. Is it a forgotten relic of an ancient world, a testament to human ingenuity lost to time? Or is it a natural wonder, shaped by the ocean's relentless hand over millennia? The answer, for now, lies somewhere beneath the waves, waiting to be discovered. The mystery of the Yanaguni monument leaves us with more questions than answers. Is it the work of an ancient civilization, or simply nature's masterpiece? Either way, it's a story that reminds us how much of our world remains unexplored, how many secrets still lie beneath the surface. What do you think? Man-made or natural? Let me know in the comments below. Now on to the next story. Story 2. The disappearance of the MV Joyita from the submerged mysteries of the Yanaguni monument. Where ancient secrets lie carved beneath the waves, we now turn to the open waters of the Pacific, where an entirely different kind of enigma unfolded. It's the story of the MV Joyita, a ship that disappeared without a trace, only to reappear weeks later, abandoned and shrouded in questions. What happened to its passengers and crew? Why was the ship left adrift, miles off course? And what clues did this ghostly vessel leave behind? Let's dive into the haunting mystery of the MV Joyita. In October 1955, the MV Joyita set sail from Samoa on what should have been a routine voyage. The ship, once a luxurious private yacht, had become a reliable workhorse in the South Pacific, ferrying passengers and cargo between islands. But when Joyita failed to arrive at its destination, a massive search effort was launched. Weeks later, the ship was found drifting over 600 miles off course, with no crew, no passengers, and no explanation. What happened aboard the MV Joyita? Why did its crew vanish? And why was the ship left to wander the sea like a ghost? This is the haunting mystery of the Joyita. In the early 1950s, the South Pacific was a world apart, vast, remote, and dotted with small islands connected by trade routes that crisscrossed thousands of miles of open ocean. For the people living in these isolated communities, the sea wasn't just a lifeline. It was their highway, their livelihood, and sometimes their greatest threat. Amid this expanse of blue was the MV Joyita, a vessel with a storied past. Originally built in 1931 as a luxurious private yacht for a Hollywood director, the Joyita, meaning little jewel in Spanish, had once been the epitome of glamour. But by the 1940s, its glory days were over. During World War II, the ship was repurposed as a military patrol boat for the U.S. Navy, and later it was sold off to private owners who transformed it into a modest but reliable merchant vessel. It wasn't flashy anymore, but it had a reputation as a tough, seaworthy craft. By 1955, the Joyita was owned by Captain Thomas Dusty Miller, a seasoned British sailor who had spent decades navigating the Pacific. He was well known and respected in the region, a man with a deep understanding of the ocean's dangers and its unpredictable moods. If anyone could safely pilot a ship through these waters, it was Captain Miller. On October 3, 1955, the Joyita departed from the port of Apia in Samoa, bound for the Tokelau Islands, about 270 miles to the north. It was a routine voyage, expected to take no more than 2 days. On board were 25 people, including 9 crew members, 16 passengers, and a cargo of medical supplies, food, timber, and other goods for the remote islands. Among the passengers was Dr. Alfred Dennis, a respected physician traveling to Tokelau to perform surgeries. His presence was a testament to the importance of the voyage. In such remote communities, access to medical care was rare and often a matter of life and death. Spirits were high as the Joyita left Apia. The weather was calm, the sea steady, and there was no indication that anything would go wrong. But as the hours turned into days, something strange happened. The Joyita didn't arrive in Tokelau. Initially, radio operators assumed the ship had been delayed. A mechanical issue, perhaps, or a minor navigational error. Delays weren't uncommon in the South Pacific, where unexpected problems could add hours or even days to a journey. By the 3rd day, however, concern began to grow. The ship's radio had fallen silent, and there was still no sign of the Joyita. Word spread quickly, and soon a massive search effort was underway. Planes and ships scoured the route between Samoa and Tokelau, covering thousands of square miles of open ocean. But there was nothing, no debris, no distress signal, no sign of the Joyita at all. It was as if the ship had simply disappeared, swallowed by the vastness of the Pacific. 5 weeks later, on November 10, 1955, the mystery took a chilling turn. A merchant vessel navigating the waters near Fiji spotted something unusual in the distance. At first, it looked like an unassuming piece of flotsam, a dark shape bobbing on the waves. But as the crew drew closer, they realized it was a ship, the missing Joyita, adrift and abandoned over 600 miles from its intended route. The sight was haunting. The Joyita, once considered unsinkable, was listing heavily to one side, with its deck partially submerged. Yet despite the damage, the ship was still afloat, a testament to its sturdy cedarwood construction. But where were the crew and passengers? The vessel was eerily silent, with no sign of life on board. When rescuers boarded the ship, the scene they found was even more unsettling. The Joyita looked like a ghost ship. Its interior was in disarray, with cargo scattered everywhere. Boxes of medical supplies had been opened, and blood-stained bandages were found on deck, but there was no explanation for their use. The lifeboats and life rafts were missing, along with personal belongings and the ship's navigational equipment. In the main cabin, the ship's radio was tuned to the international distress frequency, but its antenna was broken, rendering it useless. Rescuers noted that the radio would have had a range of just 2 miles in its damaged state, making it impossible to call for help. Adding to the mystery, the clock in the cabin had stopped at 10:25, as if marking the exact moment something went horribly wrong. The Joyita's engines were another puzzle. The main engine wasn't operational, and the auxiliary engine, a smaller backup, was covered in blankets, suggesting someone had tried to protect it from damage. Yet the ship was still seaworthy. Despite its listing, it wasn't sinking, and there was no immediate danger to those on board. So why had the crew and passengers abandoned it? The ship's logs were missing, along with any documents that might have shed light on what happened. Rescuers were left with only fragments of a story, an empty ship, signs of a hasty departure, and no indication of where the crew and passengers had gone. As the Joyita was towed back to port, the questions only deepened. What had caused the crew to leave a ship that was still afloat? Why had they taken the lifeboats but left behind vital supplies like food and water? And why was the ship so far off course, drifting aimlessly in the middle of the Pacific? The discovery of the MV Joyita left investigators with a cascade of mysteries. It wasn't just the eerie sight of an empty, drifting ship. It was the countless unanswered questions. What could have driven 25 people to abandon a seaworthy vessel? And why did they vanish without leaving so much as a trace? One of the leading theories centers around mechanical failure. The Joyita was far from perfect when it departed Samoa. The ship's main engine was already known to be unreliable, and some reports suggest that a leaking pipe caused water to accumulate in the bilge, creating the appearance that the ship was sinking. In a panic, the crew may have believed the Joyita was about to go under, prompting them to abandon ship. But here's the problem. The Joyita wasn't sinking. Its sturdy, cedarwood construction made it highly buoyant, even in a damaged state. Abandoning such a vessel would have been a last resort. And yet the lifeboats were gone, suggesting the crew had no intention of staying on board. Another compelling theory is that the crew misjudged the situation. The South Pacific is known for its strong, unpredictable currents. And if the Joyita had been taking on water, even temporarily, the listing angle might have convinced the crew it was doomed. But why weren't the lifeboats found? Did they drift too far from the search area? Or was there something else, something more sinister, that prevented anyone from surviving? Then there's the possibility of foul play. The Joyita's cargo included medical supplies and other valuable goods, which could have made it a target for pirates. The waters of the South Pacific weren't lawless, but piracy wasn't unheard of in the 1950s. Could the crew and passengers have been attacked, forced overboard, or taken captive? This theory gains traction when you consider the missing personal belongings and navigational equipment. If pirates boarded the ship, they may have taken anything of value before abandoning it. But again, no evidence of a struggle was ever found, and piracy remains speculative at best. One of the more chilling theories involves a rogue wave, a sudden massive wall of water capable of capsizing ships. Rogue waves are rare but devastating, and some believe a wave might have struck the Joyita, flooding the deck and forcing the crew to evacuate. But the ship was still afloat when it was found, which complicates this explanation. Why abandon a vessel that was clearly capable of surviving such an event? And then there are the stranger ideas. Some have suggested that the crew might have encountered something unexplainable, a phenomenon so terrifying that they felt compelled to flee. Stories of ghost ships and sea monsters have haunted maritime lore for centuries, and while there's no evidence to support such theories, they speak to the enduring fear of the unknown. The Pacific Ocean is vast and mysterious, and the idea that the Joyita could have encountered something beyond our understanding isn't entirely dismissible. Finally, there's the haunting possibility that we may never know what happened. The ocean is an unforgiving place, and its ability to erase evidence is unmatched. Whether the crew succumbed to dehydration, storms, or even internal conflict, the lack of physical evidence leaves us with nothing but speculation. The Joyita, like so many ghost ships before it, carries its secrets to this day. The story of the MV Joyita didn't end with its discovery. In fact, its legacy only deepened as the ship was salvaged and returned to service. But for many, the Joyita was no longer just a vessel. It was a symbol of maritime mystery, a ship that seemed cursed by its own unanswered questions. After being repaired, the Joyita was put back into operation, but its reputation preceded it. Sailors were reluctant to crew the ship, convinced that it was haunted by the spirits of its missing passengers. Some claimed to hear strange noises coming from the hull or feel an unsettling presence when on board. Whether these accounts were genuine or simply fueled by the ship's eerie history, they added another layer of intrigue to the Joyita's story. The ship eventually fell into disrepair and was abandoned once more, this time intentionally. Left to rot, the Joyita became a relic of its own mystery, a physical reminder of the day it was found drifting in the Pacific, empty and unexplained. But the legacy of the Joyita isn't just about its haunting presence. It's also a reminder of the vastness and unpredictability of the sea. Even in an age of advanced technology and modern navigation, the ocean remains a place where mysteries unfold, where entire ships can vanish, and where answers are often out of reach. For maritime historians and enthusiasts, the Joyita is a case study in the unknown. It's a story that challenges our understanding of human behavior, mechanical failure, and the raw power of nature. How do you explain a ship that was still afloat, yet completely abandoned? How do you account for 25 people who disappeared without a trace? And how do you reconcile the eerie details, the stopped clock, the bloodstains, the missing equipment, with the absence of any definitive answers? For the people of the South Pacific, the Joyita is more than just a mystery. It's a cautionary tale, a story of how even the most routine journeys can take a turn for the unexplainable. It's a reminder to respect the sea, to acknowledge its power, and its ability to keep its secrets. And so the Joyita remains one of the ocean's most enduring enigmas. Its story has inspired countless theories, sparked debates among experts, and captured the imaginations of those who dare to wonder what really happened that fateful day in 1955. But like all great mysteries, the Joyita's tale is as much about what we don't know as it is about what we do. As the ship fades into history, its legacy lives on. A ghost ship that continues to haunt the waters of the Pacific. A vessel forever tied to the mysteries of the deep. The MV Joyita may have been abandoned, but its story will never be forgotten. Story 3: The Mystery of the Challenger Deep. The MV Joyita's ghostly tale reminds us of just how much we don't know about the ocean, even on the surface. But what about the places far below, where the light of day has never reached, and where mysteries take on an entirely different dimension? One such place lies in the Western Pacific, a realm so extreme and remote that only a handful of humans have ever dared to venture there. It's the Challenger Deep, the deepest known point in the ocean, located within the Mariana Trench. But the story doesn't end with depth alone. The The Challenger Deep is surrounded by mysteries that have confounded scientists for decades, including unexplained sounds recorded in the Mariana Trench. Sounds that hint at something strange lurking in the abyss. Let's dive into the unfathomable depths of the Challenger Deep and the eerie enigma of the trench itself. The ocean is vast, covering more than 70% of the Earth's surface, but its greatest secrets lie in the deep. The Challenger Deep is the deepest point on Earth, plunging nearly 7 miles beneath the surface of the Pacific Ocean. That's deeper than Mount Everest is tall. It's a place so hostile and remote that we've explored it less than we have the surface of the moon. But what lies at the bottom of this abyss? What thrives in a world where temperatures hover just above freezing? Pressure is over 1,000 times greater than at sea level, and darkness reigns eternal. And then there are the strange sounds, recordings of unexplained noises emanating from the Mariana Trench. Are they natural phenomena, or do they point to something we can't yet comprehend? This is the story of the Challenger Deep and the Mariana Trench, a journey into Earth's final frontier. The Challenger Deep lies at the southernmost tip of the Mariana Trench, a feature so remote and mysterious that for centuries it was little more than a blank spot on our maps. Stretching nearly 1,500 miles long and plunging almost 36,000 feet beneath the surface, the trench represents one of the most extreme environments on Earth. This is a place where the crushing pressure is over 1,000 times greater than at sea level. Temperatures hover near freezing, and sunlight never penetrates. It is the ocean's version of outer space, a hostile alien world where life shouldn't exist, and yet somehow manages to thrive. To understand just how deep the Challenger Deep is, let's put it into perspective. At its maximum depth, it's nearly 7 miles below the ocean's surface. That's deeper than Mount Everest is tall, by more than a mile. Imagine standing at the summit of Everest, gazing out at the world below, and then imagine sinking all of that distance into the cold, dark ocean. That's the Challenger Deep. The trench itself is a product of tectonic forces, where the Pacific Plate is slowly sliding beneath the smaller Mariana Plate in a process known as subduction. This geological collision creates a deep scar in the Earth's crust, a trench that forms the boundary between two titanic slabs of rock. But while scientists have studied the formation of the trench and its broader structure, the Challenger Deep remains one of the least explored places on the planet. It wasn't until relatively recently in human history that we even knew the Challenger Deep existed. The trench was first identified in 1875 during the voyage of HMS Challenger, a British research ship tasked with exploring the world's oceans. Using a weighted rope, the crew measured the depth of the trench and found it to be far deeper than anything they had encountered before. This discovery marked the beginning of our fascination with the Mariana Trench and its deepest point, which would eventually be named in honor of the ship that first measured it. But while we've mapped and charted the Challenger Deep, actually exploring it has proven far more difficult. The conditions down there are so extreme that even the most advanced technology struggles to withstand the crushing pressure. For decades, the Challenger Deep existed as more of a concept than a physical place, a theoretical point so remote and hostile that it seemed almost untouchable. That all changed in 1960 when two men, Jacques Picard and Don Walsh, decided to go where no one had gone before. In 1960, aboard the bathyscaphe Trieste, Picard and Walsh embarked on a journey that would make history. The Trieste was no ordinary vessel. Built specifically for deep-sea exploration, it was essentially a metal sphere encased in a steel and gasoline shell designed to survive the unimaginable pressure of the deep ocean. The sphere was only large enough to hold 2 people, and inside it was cramped, claustrophobic, and dimly lit. Every inch of the craft was engineered to withstand over 16,000 pounds of pressure per square inch, the kind of force that would crush a human body instantly. The descent began just after dawn. As the Trieste sank below the surface, the world outside grew darker and darker, until the windows revealed nothing but inky blackness. By the time they reached the midnight zone, around 3,000 feet down, all sunlight was gone, replaced by an eerie void. The only light came from bioluminescent creatures drifting past the window, their glowing bodies creating a surreal, otherworldly display. But the deeper they went, the less life they encountered. At around 30,000 feet, the walls of the Trieste began to creak and groan under the immense pressure. For Picard and Walsh, the sounds were unnerving, a constant reminder of just how fragile their craft was in the face of the deep ocean's crushing force. Despite the risks, they pressed on, descending further into the abyss. After nearly 5 hours, they reached the Challenger Deep. At 35,814 feet, they were at the deepest point on Earth, a place where no human had ever set foot. Outside the window, the seafloor was flat and featureless, a barren expanse of sediment and clay. The pressure here was so intense that it compressed the water itself, making it denser than at the surface. The two men spent just 20 minutes at the bottom, peering into the void. To their amazement, they spotted what appeared to be a flatfish swimming along the seafloor. This discovery was groundbreaking, as it suggested that life could exist in one of the most extreme environments on the planet. But with their oxygen running low and the risks mounting, they had to begin their ascent. The success of the Trieste mission was a monumental achievement, but it also highlighted just how much we didn't know about the deep ocean. The Challenger Deep remained largely unexplored for decades, visited only by robotic probes and unmanned vehicles. It wasn't until 2012, over 50 years later, that filmmaker James Cameron made his own descent into Challenger Deep aboard the Deep Sea Challenger. Cameron's mission was as much about science as it was about storytelling. He spent hours at the bottom, capturing footage of the seafloor and collecting samples for scientific analysis. Unlike Picard and Walsh, who had to rely on observation alone, Cameron had high-tech cameras and advanced sensors, allowing him to document the alien-like world of the Challenger Deep in unprecedented detail. What he found was both fascinating and humbling. The seafloor was littered with strange, translucent creatures, sea cucumbers, amphipods, and microbial mats that had adapted to the extreme conditions of the trench. These organisms thrive in total darkness, surviving on chemical reactions rather than sunlight. For Cameron, the experience was transformative, a reminder of just how little we understand about the ocean and its hidden depths. But even with these advancements, the Challenger Deep remains one of the least explored places on Earth. Less than 5% of the world's oceans have been mapped in detail, and the Challenger Deep is no exception. Its inaccessibility, combined with the immense cost and complexity of deep-sea exploration, means that much of its story is still untold. What lies in its unexplored crevices? Are there life forms waiting to be discovered, or geological phenomena that could reshape our understanding of the planet? For now, the Challenger Deep remains a frontier, a place where science and mystery coexist in perfect balance. The Challenger Deep is a stark reminder of just how much of our planet remains unexplored, a world that's dark, alien, and infinitely mysterious. But the Challenger Deep is just one part of the Mariana Trench, a place where the boundaries of human understanding are constantly tested. Stretching over 1,500 miles across the western Pacific, the trench is a vast, shadowy canyon filled with extremes, crushing pressure, bone-chilling temperatures, and geological phenomena that defy comprehension. Yet, for all its harshness, the trench has not been silent. In recent years, scientists have captured a series of eerie sounds emanating from its depths. These recordings range from the faint creaks of shifting tectonic plates to the unearthly wails and hums that seem to defy explanation. What's causing these sounds? Are they natural phenomena, or could they point to something far stranger? As we leave the Challenger Deep behind, Let's turn our attention to the mysterious acoustics of the Mariana Trench and the strange signals that have puzzled scientists and sparked endless debate. The Mariana Trench is the deepest oceanic trench on Earth, a place where the rules of the natural world seem to bend. Its immense depth is matched only by its inaccessibility. The trench is so remote that even reaching its upper layers requires weeks of travel by ship. What lies beneath is a world of extremes shaped by immense geological forces. The trench is a direct result of plate tectonics, where the Pacific Plate is being forced beneath the Mariana Plate. This process, known as subduction, creates intense seismic activity, underwater volcanoes, and towering hydrothermal vents that spew superheated water into the abyss. But the trench isn't just a geological marvel. It's also a soundscape, filled with noises that range from the mundane to the extraordinary. Sound travels differently underwater. The immense pressure and density of the deep ocean amplify and distort even the faintest vibrations, creating a symphony of strange noises. For decades, researchers have deployed hydrophones, underwater microphones, to capture these sounds, hoping to gain insight into the trench's mysterious environment. What they recorded was far more than they expected. When scientists placed hydrophones into the Mariana Trench, they expected to hear the ambient noise of the deep, the faint groans of shifting tectonic plates, the rumble of distant underwater volcanoes, or the occasional call of a deep-diving whale. What they didn't expect were the sounds that defy explanation, sounds so alien that they seem to come from another world. The most famous of these recordings is the Western Pacific biotwang, a noise first recorded in 2014. At first, it starts as a low, moaning hum, almost like the groan of an ancient machine. Then it quickly rises into a metallic screech, sharp and piercing, before descending into a deep, resonant rumble. It's unlike any natural sound ever captured before, and it repeats in a pattern, suggesting it's not a random occurrence. The biotwang has been recorded multiple times, always in the same region of the Western Pacific. But what makes it especially puzzling is its frequency range, so unusual that it doesn't perfectly align with any known biological or geological source. But the biotwang is just one piece of the puzzle. Other hydrophone recordings from the trench capture bursts of rhythmic pulses, almost like sonar, but not from any known human-made device. These pulses are sharp, mechanical, and strangely deliberate, as if signaling something deep within the trench. Their source remains a mystery. Then there are the long, resonant rumbles that stretch across the audio spectrum. These low-frequency growls could be linked to geological activity, like the grinding of tectonic plates or underwater landslides, but their sheer intensity and clarity suggest something more. Could they be from an enormous, as yet undiscovered creature, moving through the trench? Or are they natural phenomena amplified by the trench's unique acoustics? One of the eeriest recordings is a sound that some scientists have nicknamed the whistle. It's high-pitched and wavering, almost like the cry of an animal, but it echoes in a way that makes it seem vast and distant, as if it's coming from deep within the earth. Some have described it as mournful, even haunting, as if the trench itself were alive and crying out. Other sounds are even more bizarre. One recording captured what seemed like a continuous, rhythmic thumping, like a heartbeat. It was faint but persistent, and its regularity suggested something purposeful. Could it have been the sound of a deep-sea creature communicating or moving? Or was it something entirely mechanical, perhaps an underwater current or the resonance of shifting water masses? What makes the sounds of the Mariana Trench so fascinating is their variety. Each noise is distinct, from the strange biotwang to the haunting whistles and rhythmic pulses. Together, they create an acoustic portrait of a place that seems to defy the natural order. And while some of these sounds have plausible explanations, many remain shrouded in mystery. The mysterious sounds of the Mariana Trench have inspired a range of theories, from the scientific to the downright fantastical. Let's start with what we know or think we know. One of the most widely accepted theories is that many of the sounds are biological in origin. The ocean is home to an astonishing array of life, much of it undiscovered, and the Mariana Trench represents one of the last great frontiers for marine biology. Deep-sea creatures have evolved to survive in extreme conditions, and their adaptations are often stranger than fiction. Could the biotwang be the call of an undiscovered species? Some scientists think so. The frequency and repetition of the sound suggest a biological pattern, and it's not unprecedented for the ocean's depths to surprise us. After all, the colossal squid, once thought to be a sailor's myth, was only confirmed in recent decades. If a creature in the trench has developed a unique way of communicating, it's entirely possible that we've just heard it for the first time. But there's a catch. The biotwang and other recordings don't perfectly match the characteristics of any known marine animal. Even whales, which produce some of the most complex and varied sounds in the ocean, don't vocalize at such high frequencies, or with the metallic, mechanical quality of the biotwang. This has led some researchers to propose an alternative explanation. Perhaps the sounds are geological. The Mariana Trench is a dynamic geological environment, shaped by the grinding of tectonic plates and the heat of underwater volcanoes. These forces create seismic activity that can produce low-frequency vibrations, which may travel for miles and become distorted as they bounce through the trench's unique structure. The rhythmic pulses recorded in the trench could be the result of these geological processes, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, or even the slow movement of underwater landslides. But while this explanation accounts for some of the sounds, it doesn't explain their variety, or their sometimes otherworldly quality. And then there are the more speculative theories. Some researchers have proposed that the sounds could be linked to unidentified underwater objects, or USOs. The ocean is vast and largely unexplored, and stories of strange lights and craft seen beneath the waves are surprisingly common. Could the biotwang, or rhythmic pulses, be the result of advanced, unidentified technologies operating in the trench? While there's no direct evidence to support this idea, the unexplained nature of the sounds leaves room for speculation. Others have suggested that the sounds might be the result of entirely new natural phenomena, processes we've never observed or understood before. The deep ocean is a place of extremes, where pressure, temperature, and chemistry interact in ways that are difficult to replicate on the surface. Could the strange sounds be the acoustic signature of these interactions? It's a possibility that excites scientists and deep-sea enthusiasts alike. Finally, there's the idea that the sounds might hint at something far larger and more profound. An undiscovered ecosystem, a new class of life, or even geological features that rewrite our understanding of the planet. The Mariana Trench is a place where the boundaries of science and mystery blur, and each new discovery raises more questions than answers. But for all the theories and speculation, one thing is certain. The sounds of the Mariana Trench are a reminder of how little we truly know about our planet. They're an invitation to explore, to push the limits of technology and understanding, and to keep asking questions about what lies beneath the waves. As we listen to these strange noises, we can't help but wonder, what else is out there, waiting to be discovered? Story 4. The Sunken City of Heraklion. The Mariana Trench and its enigmatic sounds remind us of just how vast and mysterious the world beneath the waves truly is. From the deep, dark recesses of the ocean, where pressure and isolation rule, we turn to another watery mystery. This one much closer to the surface, but no less intriguing. Imagine a city, bustling with life, its streets filled with merchants, temples standing tall, and boats gliding through a maze of canals. Then one day, it vanishes, swallowed by the sea, lost to time for over 1,000 years. This is the story of Heracleion, an ancient city off the coast of Egypt. For centuries, its existence was debated. Was it real or just a legend? But in 2000, archaeologists made an incredible discovery. The city of Heracleion was not only real, but it had been lying beneath the Mediterranean Sea all along. How did it end up there? What secrets does it hold? And what can its story teach us about the delicate balance between civilization and nature? Let's dive into the lost city of Heracleion and uncover its forgotten past. The story of Heracleion begins as a whisper in the pages of ancient history. For centuries, it existed more as a legend than a tangible place, described in the writings of Greek historians like Herodotus. They spoke of a thriving city located at the mouth of the Nile, a bustling hub of commerce and culture known by two names, Thonis to the Egyptians and Heracleion to the Greeks. According to these accounts, Heracleion was no ordinary city. It was a gateway to Egypt, a place where Mediterranean merchants docked their ships and paid tribute to the gods before entering the great kingdom beyond. Heracleion was said to be a place of immense wealth and significance, filled with grand temples, vibrant markets, and thriving harbors. One of its most notable landmarks was a colossal temple dedicated to Ammonius Gerib, a god worshipped by both Egyptians and Greeks. This temple, Herodotus claimed, was the beating heart of the city, a place where priests performed sacred rituals and citizens gathered to honor their gods. But even as Heracleion flourished, it was shrouded in mystery. Ancient texts hinted at a city built on precarious ground, where the land itself seemed to tremble beneath the weight of its grand structures. Some spoke of floods and rising waters that threatened to swallow the city whole. Others described earthquakes that shook the Nile Delta, sending tremors through the temples and homes. These tales of instability seemed to foretell a dark fate. By the Middle Ages, Heracleion had vanished. Its name faded from maps, its streets forgotten. For centuries, scholars debated whether it had ever existed at all. Some believed it was a myth, a creation of ancient storytellers. Others argued that it had been destroyed by natural disasters or buried beneath layers of sediment carried by the Nile. And then there was the sea. Over the centuries, the Mediterranean had crept inland, claiming vast stretches of land along the Egyptian coast. If Heracleion had existed, some thought, it might now lie beneath the waves, a lost city swallowed by the ocean. But with no definitive evidence, Heracleion remained a mystery, its story locked away in the depths of time. That all changed at the turn of the 21st century. In 2000, a French underwater archaeologist named Frank Gaudiat embarked on a mission to uncover the secrets of Egypt's ancient coastline. Using advanced sonar and magnetic imaging technology, Gaudiat and his team began mapping the seabed near the modern city of Alexandria. It was an ambitious undertaking, a search for something that might not even exist. What they found would rewrite history. Beneath 30 feet of murky water, buried under layers of silt and sand, lay the ruins of Heracleion. It was real, and it was more extraordinary than anyone could have imagined. Imagine descending into the Mediterranean Sea, the sunlight fading above you as the water grows colder and darker. Visibility is poor, the seabed hidden beneath layers of mud and debris. Then, out of the murk, you see it, the remnants of an ancient city, its once grand structures now resting on the ocean floor. For Frank Gaudiat and his team, the discovery of Heracleion was like stepping into a time capsule. As they carefully excavated the site, piece by piece, a picture of the lost city began to emerge. The first objects they uncovered were massive statues, their features still remarkably intact after centuries underwater. Some stood over 16 feet tall, their stone faces staring silently into the depths. These statues, carved from granite, had once adorned the city's temples and public spaces. Now they lay scattered across the seabed, toppled by whatever force had claimed the city. The archaeologists also found evidence of Heracleon's extensive canal system. Unlike most ancient cities, Heracleon wasn't built on solid ground. These canals allowed ships to navigate through the city, bringing goods from across the Mediterranean and beyond. Stone anchors, boat fragments, and mooring rings found at the site hinted at the city's role as a major port, a place where trade and travel converged. One of the most extraordinary discoveries was the remains of the Temple of Ammonius Gerib, the city's spiritual center. This temple had been a focal point for both Egyptians and Greeks, a place where pilgrims paid tribute to the gods before embarking on their journeys. The archaeologists uncovered colossal columns, intricate carvings, and ceremonial artifacts, including gold amulets and offerings to the gods. The scale and craftsmanship of the temple were astonishing, a testament to the city's wealth and religious importance. But Heracleon wasn't just a religious hub. It was also a thriving commercial center. Among the ruins, the team discovered coins, weights, and shipping logs, evidence of the city's bustling economy. These artifacts revealed that Heracleon had been a crossroads of trade where goods like gold, spices, and textiles flowed between Egypt and the Mediterranean world. The city's markets must have been a sight to behold, filled with merchants and goods from distant lands. Perhaps most haunting were the remnants of daily life. The archaeologists uncovered household items like pottery, tools, and even food containers preserved in the sediment that had buried the city. These artifacts offered a glimpse into the lives of ordinary people, fishermen, traders, and families who had once called Heracleon home. It was a world frozen in time, a city caught in its final moments before disaster struck. As the archaeologists continued their work, they uncovered more clues about Heracleon's fate. The ruins bore signs of subsidence, where the ground beneath the city had gradually sunk over time. Combined with rising sea levels and the shifting coastline, this process may have doomed Heracleon, causing it to slowly disappear beneath the waves. Some evidence also pointed to a catastrophic event like an earthquake or a tsunami that could have dealt the final blow. But for all the answers the ruins provided, they also raised new questions. What exactly had caused the city to sink? How had its people reacted as the waters rose? And what other secrets might still be hidden beneath the seabed waiting to be uncovered? The rediscovery of Heracleon was more than just an archaeological triumph. It was a window into the past, a reminder of how civilizations can rise and fall in the face of nature's power. As Frank Gaudio and his team pieced together the story of the lost city, they revealed not only its grandeur but also its fragility, a testament to the delicate balance between human ambition and the forces of the natural world. The rediscovery of Heracleon provided stunning answers to questions about its existence, but it also ignited a wave of speculation and curiosity about how such a significant city could vanish beneath the waves. While the archaeological evidence offers some clues, the precise series of events that led to Heracleon's downfall remains a mystery. Let's explore the prevailing theories and some of the more intriguing possibilities. One of the most widely accepted explanations is that Heracleon succumbed to subsidence. The Nile Delta, where the city was located, is composed of soft, waterlogged sediment far from the most stable foundation for heavy stone structures. Over time, the weight of the cities combined with the natural compaction of the delta's soil may have caused the ground to sink. Archaeologists have discovered signs of subsidence at the site, including slanted foundations and collapsed walls. The slow sinking process would have been imperceptible at first, but devastating over the decades as more and more of the city disappeared beneath the water. Adding to the problem was the rise of the Mediterranean Sea. Between the time of Heracleon's peak and its eventual collapse, sea levels in the region rose significantly. This gradual but relentless encroachment of water would have flooded low-lying areas and eroded the city's infrastructure, making it increasingly vulnerable to disaster. But there's evidence to suggest that Heracleon didn't simply fade away. Some researchers believe the city was struck by a catastrophic event, such as an earthquake or a tsunami. The eastern Mediterranean is a seismically active region, and ancient records describe powerful earthquakes that shook the area. A major quake could have destabilized the already fragile ground beneath Heraklion, causing buildings to collapse and entire sections of the city to sink. Tsunamis are another possibility. The combination of an undersea earthquake and a sudden displacement of water could have unleashed massive waves that inundated the city, sweeping away structures and flooding its canals. Tsunami deposits have been found in other parts of the Mediterranean, and it's possible that Heraklion was one of their victims. Beyond these natural explanations, some theorists have proposed more unconventional ideas. Heraklion's status as a religious and cultural hub has led to speculation that its downfall might have had a spiritual dimension. Ancient inscriptions found at the site reference rituals performed to appease the gods, including offerings and prayers to prevent disasters. Could the city's destruction have been seen as divine punishment? While there's no direct evidence to support this idea, it adds an intriguing layer to the story. Then there's the mystery of Heraklion's disappearance from history. After the city sank, its existence seemed to fade from memory. Was this simply because it was no longer accessible, or was there an intentional effort to erase it from the record? Some scholars have speculated that Heraklion's fall coincided with shifts in political or religious power, leading to its story being overshadowed by other cities like Alexandria. The fact that it took over 1,000 years to rediscover the city raises questions about how easily history can be lost, and how much of it remains hidden beneath the sea. But perhaps the most tantalizing mystery is what we still don't know about Heraklion. The underwater site covers an area of over 40 square miles, and much of it remains unexplored. What secrets might still be buried in the mud and silt? Could there be undiscovered artifacts, inscriptions, or even entire sections of the city waiting to be found? The possibilities are endless, and each new discovery has the potential to rewrite what we know about this ancient metropolis. The rediscovery of Heraklion wasn't just an archaeological achievement. It was a moment that brought the past back to life. For over a millennium, the city had been buried beneath layers of sediment and water, its existence reduced to a fragment of legend. But now, thanks to Frank Gaudio and his team, Heraklion has resurfaced, offering a glimpse into a lost world. The ruins themselves are a testament to the resilience of human craftsmanship. Despite being submerged for centuries, many of the city's structures and artifacts remain remarkably intact. The massive statues of gods and pharaohs, carved from granite, still bear the intricate details of their original design. Inscriptions on stone tablets and stelae provide insight into the city's religious and administrative life, while gold amulets and ceremonial items speak to its wealth and cultural significance. But Heraklion's resurfacing isn't just about the artifacts, it's about the stories they tell. The city's layout, with its canals, harbors, and temples, reveals a society deeply connected to both the natural world and the spiritual realm. The discovery of shipping logs and trade weights highlights Heraklion's role as a vital link between Egypt and the Mediterranean, a place where cultures converged and goods flowed freely. Every artifact, from the grandest statue to the humblest piece of pottery, offers a window into the lives of the people who once called this city home. The rediscovery of Heraklion has also sparked renewed interest in underwater archaeology. The techniques used to locate and excavate the city, sonar mapping, magnetic imaging, and careful underwater excavation, have set a new standard for exploring submerged sites. Heraklion is now considered one of the most significant underwater discoveries of the 21st century, and its story has inspired efforts to search for other lost cities and civilizations. But Heraklion's legacy isn't just about the past. It's also a reminder of the fragility of human civilization. The forces that brought down Heraklion, rising seas, unstable ground, and natural disasters are still at work today. As we face the challenges of climate change and environmental instability, the story of Heraclean serves as a cautionary tale about the delicate balance between human ambition and the power of nature. Today, the ruins of Heraclean remain underwater, protected as an archaeological site. Divers continue to explore its depths, uncovering new fragments of its history with each passing year. For those who visit the site, or even just see its artifacts on display in museums, Heraclean is more than just a lost city. It's a symbol of discovery, resilience, and the enduring mystery of the human story. As we leave the waters of Heraclean, one question lingers. What other lost worlds lie waiting beneath the sea, hidden in the depths, waiting to be found? The story of Heraclean reminds us that history is not static. It's alive, buried in the earth and the oceans, waiting for someone to bring it to the surface. Where will we look next? Story 5. The Disappearance of the San Juan. The rediscovery of Heraclean reminds us that some mysteries are buried deep, waiting for the right moment to resurface. But not all stories from beneath the waves are about ancient civilizations. Some are far more recent and in many ways even more haunting. While Heraclean rose again after centuries of being hidden beneath the sea, there are tragedies that remain unresolved, questions that linger in the depths, without answers. One such mystery is the disappearance of the ARA San Juan, a modern-day submarine that vanished without a trace in 2017. This isn't the story of a lost city, but of 44 sailors who embarked on a routine mission and never returned. What happened to the ARA San Juan? Why did it disappear so suddenly? And why did it take over a year to uncover the truth? As we leave the ancient ruins of Heraclean behind, let's dive into the unexplained tragedy of the ARA San Juan and uncover the chilling details of its final mission. On November 15, 2017, the ARA San Juan, a diesel-electric submarine belonging to the Argentine Navy, set off on what should have been a routine mission. The submarine was one of Argentina's most advanced vessels, a German-built TR-1700 class boat designed for long-term operations. Commissioned in 1985, the San Juan had served the Navy for over 3 decades and had recently undergone a significant overhaul, a process meant to extend its operational life by another 30 years. The mission was straightforward. The San Juan had been tasked with patrolling Argentina's territorial waters, monitoring illegal fishing activities, and maintaining a visible presence in the South Atlantic. Its crew of 44 sailors was highly trained, a mix of experienced officers and promising recruits, all of them well prepared for the challenges of submarine operations. The South Atlantic, after all, is no easy place to navigate. Its waters are cold and rough, and the region is known for its unpredictable weather. The submarine departed from Ushuaia, a remote port city at the southernmost tip of Argentina, often referred to as the end of the world. From there, the San Juan began its journey northward, heading toward its home base in Mar del Plata, a bustling naval hub along Argentina's eastern coast. It was a familiar route, one the submarine had traveled many times before. By all accounts, the mission was progressing smoothly. On the morning of November 15th, the San Juan made contact with Naval Command, reporting its position and an update on its journey. During that communication, the crew mentioned encountering an electrical issue in the forward battery compartment. According to the report, seawater had entered through the submarine's snorkel, causing a short circuit in the battery system. While this was a potentially serious issue, the crew assured Naval Command that they had isolated the affected compartment and were continuing their journey under control. That was the last anyone heard from the ARA San Juan. When the submarine failed to check in later that day, concern began to mount. Submarines, by design, often operate silently, cutting off communication to maintain stealth. A missed check-in wasn't immediately alarming, but as the hours passed, Naval Command began to fear the worst. The San Juan was officially declared missing, and Argentina launched a massive search and rescue operation. Families of the crew gathered at the naval base in Mar del Plata, desperate for any news, while the Navy scrambled to locate the vessel. The search for the San Juan quickly grew into one of the most extensive submarine rescue efforts in history. Within days, Argentina had enlisted the help of 18 countries, including the United States, Russia, and the United Kingdom. Each brought advanced technology and expertise to the operation, from state-of-the-art sonar systems to specialized underwater drones. Despite the international effort, the South Atlantic proved to be a formidable adversary. The waters where the San Juan disappeared were vast and treacherous, stretching thousands of miles in every direction. The submarine's last known location was near the San Jorge Gulf, an area where the seabed drops dramatically into deep underwater trenches. These depths, combined with strong currents and unpredictable weather, made the search a logistical nightmare. As ships and aircraft scoured the area, hope remained that the San Juan might still be intact, its crew alive but stranded. Submarines are equipped with emergency oxygen supplies, which can last for several days in the event of a malfunction. If the crew had managed to seal the damaged compartment and surface, there was a chance they could still be rescued. But as the days turned into weeks, the reality of the situation began to set in. One of the most chilling clues came from an international organization that monitors hydroacoustic signals, sounds generated by underwater events like earthquakes, explosions, or submarine activity. On the same day the San Juan went silent, sensors detected an unusual acoustic event near the submarine's last known position. The sound was consistent with what experts describe as an implosion. This suggested that the San Juan might have suffered a catastrophic failure, its hull collapsing under the immense pressure of the ocean. The revelation was devastating. If the San Juan had imploded, it would have been instantaneous, leaving no time for the crew to react or send a distress signal. But even with this grim evidence, the exact location of the submarine remained a mystery. The search continued, with naval ships deploying sonar arrays to scan the ocean floor and aircraft flying search patterns over the area. Yet despite these efforts, the San Juan seemed to have vanished without a trace. As the days turned into weeks, tensions began to rise. Families of the crew gathered at the naval base in Mar del Plata grew frustrated with the lack of information. Protests erupted with accusations that the Navy had neglected safety protocols and mishandled the search. The incident became a national controversy, shining a harsh spotlight on the state of Argentina's military and its aging equipment. By the end of November, the search had officially shifted from a rescue mission to a recovery operation. Hopes of finding survivors had faded, replaced by the grim task of locating the wreckage and uncovering the truth of what had happened. But the ocean remained silent, its depths guarding the secrets of the San Juan. It would take over a year of painstaking effort before the mystery would finally begin to unravel. As the months dragged on and the wreckage of the ARA San Juan remained elusive, speculation about what caused the submarine's disappearance began to dominate discussions. The lack of definitive answers left room for multiple theories, some rooted in evidence, others more speculative. Each theory painted a chilling picture of how a seemingly routine patrol could have ended in catastrophe. One of the leading theories focused on the electrical issue the crew reported just before their final transmission. The San Juan's batteries, critical to its operation, were vulnerable to failure if seawater infiltrated the compartments housing them. According to the submarine's last communication, seawater had entered through the snorkel, causing a short circuit in the forward battery compartment. While the crew assured Naval Command that the situation was under control, experts suggested that the problem may have been far more serious than initially reported. A plausible scenario is that the short circuit generated hydrogen gas, a byproduct of electrical malfunctions in lead-acid batteries. If hydrogen gas accumulated in the confined space of the battery compartment, Even a small spark could have triggered a massive explosion. This would align with the hydroacoustic anomaly detected near the submarine's last known location, a sound consistent with an implosion or an underwater explosion. Another possibility is that the San Juan suffered structural failure due to the immense pressure of the deep ocean. Submarines are designed to operate at specific depths, with their hulls engineered to withstand the crushing weight of water. However, over time, wear and tear can weaken even the most robust structures. The San Juan was over 30 years old and had undergone a major refit in 2014, during which many of its parts were replaced or repaired. Critics have questioned whether the refit was thorough enough, suggesting that flaws in the submarine's hull might have gone unnoticed. If the San Juan descended below its safe operating depth, the pressure could have caused the hull to collapse almost instantaneously. There is also speculation about external factors. The South Atlantic is a vast and busy region, frequented by fishing vessels, commercial ships, and even foreign submarines. Some have wondered whether the San Juan might have collided with another vessel, either above or below the surface. A collision at depth could have severely damaged the submarine, leaving it unable to surface or send a distress signal. Others have suggested that the submarine might have been accidentally struck by a torpedo or mine, although there is no evidence to support this theory. One of the more controversial ideas is that the San Juan was involved in a covert operation at the time of its disappearance. Some sources claim the submarine was monitoring illegal fishing activity or even foreign military movements in the area. This has led to speculation that the San Juan might have encountered another nation's submarine or been targeted as part of a deliberate act of aggression. While the Argentine Navy has denied these claims, the secrecy surrounding the mission has fueled conspiracy theories. Perhaps the most sobering theory is that the San Juan was simply a victim of the unforgiving environment in which submarines operate. The ocean is vast, powerful, and indifferent to human life. A combination of mechanical failure, human error, and environmental factors could have conspired to create a perfect storm of tragedy. The lack of immediate answers only deepened the mystery, leaving families and experts to grapple with questions that seem destined to remain unanswered. For over a year, the ARA San Juan lay hidden beneath the waves, its fate unknown. The search operation, though extensive, had struggled against the sheer scale of the South Atlantic and the technical challenges of locating a submarine in such deep waters. As months turned into a year, hope of finding the vessel seemed to dwindle. But in November 2018, there was finally a breakthrough. A private company hired by the Argentine government, Ocean Infinity, joined the search effort with advanced technology capable of mapping the ocean floor in incredible detail. Their ship, the Seabed Constructor, was equipped with autonomous underwater vehicles, AUVs, robotic systems designed to operate at extreme depths. These AUVs could scan the seabed with sonar and high-resolution cameras, providing a level of precision that previous searches had lacked. On November 17, 2018, just days after the first anniversary of the San Juan's disappearance, Ocean Infinity made a startling discovery. Over 3,000 feet below the surface, in an area previously searched but not thoroughly mapped, they found the wreckage of the submarine. The images sent back by the AUVs revealed a haunting scene. The San Juan's hull was crushed and twisted, its sections scattered across the seabed. The submarine had clearly suffered a catastrophic failure, its structure imploded by the immense pressure of the deep ocean. The location of the wreckage was consistent with the acoustic anomaly detected shortly after the submarine's last communication. This suggested that the San Juan had been lost within hours of its final transmission. The implosion would have been instantaneous, occurring so quickly that the crew would not have had time to react or send a distress signal. It was a sobering confirmation of the worst fears surrounding the submarine's fate. For the families of the 44 sailors, the discovery brought a mix of relief and heartbreak. After a year of uncertainty, they finally had some answers, but the sight of the shattered wreckage was a painful reminder of the tragedy. Many family members expressed frustration with the Argentine Navy, accusing it of mishandling the search and failing to ensure the safety of the submarine. The incident sparked widespread calls for reform within Argentina's military, with demands for better maintenance, training, and transparency. The discovery of the San Juan also highlighted the immense challenges of submarine operations. The vessel had been found in one of the most difficult environments imaginable: deep, cold, and remote. It was a testament to the dedication of those involved in the search that the submarine was located at all. Yet even with the wreckage in hand, many questions remained unanswered. What exactly caused the catastrophic failure? Could it have been prevented? And what lessons could be learned to ensure such a tragedy never happened again? The wreck of the San Juan remains on the seabed, a stark reminder of the risks faced by those who venture into the depths. Its discovery provided some closure, but also underscored the fragility of human life in the face of nature's immense power. The story of the ARA San Juan is a somber chapter in the history of submarine exploration, one that continues to resonate as we push the boundaries of what is possible beneath the waves. Story 6. The unexplored depths of the Dragon Hole. From the depths of the Atlantic, where the tragic mystery of the ARA San Juan still lingers, we now turn to an entirely different oceanic enigma, one hidden in the heart of the South China Sea. It's called the Dragon Hole, the deepest known blue hole on Earth, plunging over 1,000 feet into the unknown. What secrets could lie in its pitch-black depths? Is it merely a natural wonder, or could it hold answers to questions we've yet to even ask? Let's dive into the story of the Dragon Hole. Imagine yourself in the middle of the vast South China Sea, where the water stretches endlessly, shimmering turquoise under the bright sun. Seems peaceful, almost serene. But beneath this surface lies one of the most mysterious and dangerous places on the planet, the Dragon Hole. Known locally as the Eye of the South China Sea, this massive underwater sinkhole has been shrouded in mystery for centuries. The South China Sea is a region teeming with both natural beauty and legend. It's dotted with remote islands, treacherous reefs, and underwater formations that seem almost otherworldly. Among these, the Dragon Hole stands out, not just for its staggering size, but for the countless stories and myths that surround it. Locals have long whispered that this dark chasm is the home of dragons and spirits, a place where the rules of the natural world don't apply. Sailors feared its pull, and fishermen warned each other to stay far away. And yet, the Dragon Hole is real. It is not just a figment of local folklore, but a geological marvel, a nearly bottomless pit that plunges deep into the Earth's crust. Its entrance is deceptively beautiful, a perfect circle of dark blue that contrasts sharply with the vibrant turquoise of the surrounding water. But venture too close, and the illusion of tranquility disappears. The currents around the hole are unpredictable, capable of dragging even experienced sailors into its depths. For centuries, no one dared to explore it. It was just a dark void, unexplored and unknown, the kind of place that seems designed to swallow both curiosity and courage. That all changed in 2016, when a team of Chinese researchers decided to take on the challenge of exploring this mystery. What they found would both amaze and confound scientists, leaving more questions than answers about this extraordinary place. In 2016, the Dragon Hole finally caught the attention of scientists determined to uncover its secrets. The discovery was sparked by satellite imagery that revealed the enormous circular formation in the middle of the sea. The research team, equipped with advanced sonar, diving gear, and remotely operated vehicles (ROVs), set out to investigate. But exploring a place like this was no small feat. The South China Sea is remote and often dangerous, and the Dragon Hole's location near the disputed Paracel Islands only added to the logistical challenges. The first step was simply reaching the hole. The research vessel anchored at a safe distance, and the team began deploying equipment to measure the depth and dimensions of the sinkhole. What they found was staggering. At a depth of 987 feet, the Dragon Hole officially became the deepest blue hole ever discovered, surpassing even the famous Dean's Blue Hole in the Bahamas. Its width was equally impressive, with an entrance stretching over 430 feet across. It was as if nature itself had carved a perfect trapdoor into the ocean floor. But the real mystery lay beneath the surface. The team sent an ROV into the depths, and the footage it captured was both haunting and mesmerizing. The descent began in clear sunlit water. Schools of fish darted around the entrance, seemingly unaware of the abyss below. But as the ROV descended past 300 feet, the light began to fade. By 500 feet, the water was pitch black, and the temperature dropped dramatically. This was the point where life as we know it ceased to exist. The researchers discovered a distinct halocline, a sharp boundary between the oxygen-rich upper layers of the water and the lifeless depths below. This boundary acts as a barrier, preventing oxygen from circulating to the lower parts of the hole. As a result, the environment beyond this layer is completely anoxic, meaning it's devoid of oxygen. It's a hostile, almost alien world where survival is impossible for most forms of life. Despite the challenges, the team pushed further. The ROV's lights revealed jagged walls covered in sediment, evidence of the sinkhole's ancient formation. Unlike other blue holes with smooth, sloping bottoms, the Dragon Hole's floor was uneven and fractured, hinting at the possibility of hidden caves or tunnels. These features immediately raised questions. Were these natural formations, or could they have been shaped by geological events, or even by ancient civilizations? The researchers documented vibrant marine life near the surface, including colorful corals and unique fish species that thrived in the oxygen-rich layers. However, as the ROV continued to explore, the footage took on an eerie quality. The deeper it went, the more lifeless and desolate the environment became. By the time it reached the bottom, the silence was palpable, broken only by the hum of the ROV's machinery. The Dragon Hole wasn't just a sinkhole. It was a vertical time capsule, a place that had likely remained unchanged for thousands, if not millions of years. Its unique structure and conditions made it a scientific goldmine. The team collected water and sediment samples, hoping to analyze them for clues about the hole's history and its role in the ecosystem of the South China Sea. But for all their discoveries, the Dragon Hole remained enigmatic. Its depth and inaccessibility meant that many questions went unanswered. Could there be undiscovered life forms hiding in its darkest corners? Were there ancient artifacts or geological secrets buried beneath the sediment? The team left with more mysteries than they had solved, and the Dragon Hole continued to guard its secrets, a silent giant in the middle of the sea. The Dragon Hole isn't just a geological marvel. It's a place that sparks endless speculation. Its sheer size and enigmatic nature have inspired theories ranging from the scientific to the supernatural, each one adding to its allure. One of the most widely discussed scientific theories is that the Dragon Hole could serve as a natural archive of Earth's history. Blue holes like this are often formed during periods of glaciation, when sea levels were lower. Over time, as water levels rose, these vertical sinkholes were flooded, preserving layers of sediment and microorganisms along their walls. By analyzing these layers, scientists could uncover secrets about ancient climate patterns, oceanic changes, and even mass extinction events. In other words, the Dragon Hole might hold a record of Earth's history, written in the language of stone and sediment. But there's more. The unique boundary between oxygen-rich and anoxic layers of water within the Dragon Hole creates an environment that's rarely seen on Earth. Researchers speculate that these conditions might mimic those found in ancient oceans billions of years ago, when life on Earth was just beginning to emerge. Could the dragon hole hold microorganisms or chemical compounds that offer clues about the origins of life? It's a tantalizing idea, one that could rewrite what we know about our planet's past. Then there are the geological mysteries. The uneven floor of the dragon hole, with its jagged features and hidden crevices, has led some to wonder if it connects to an even larger underground network. Could there be tunnels or caverns branching off from the sinkhole, extending deep into the Earth's crust? If so, what might those spaces contain? Ancient fossils, rare minerals, or perhaps evidence of seismic activity that could provide insights into the region's geological history? Of course, not all theories are purely scientific. The dragon hole's legendary status among local fishermen has given rise to countless myths and stories. Some believe it's a portal to another world, a gateway where the physical and spiritual realms intersect. Others claim it's cursed, a place where boats and even people vanish without a trace. These tales might sound far-fetched, but they reflect a deep respect and fear for the unknown. One particularly intriguing idea is that the dragon hole could have been significant to ancient seafarers. The South China Sea has been a vital trade route for centuries, and some wonder if the dragon hole was marked on ancient maps as a landmark or warning. Could it have been a sacred site, a place of ritual or reverence for those who navigated these treacherous waters? Or could it be connected to the lost city of Lemuria, a mythical Pacific counterpart to Atlantis? While there's no evidence to support these claims, the possibility adds an extra layer of mystery to an already enigmatic place. And then there's the question of whether the dragon hole has claimed lives. Local legends tell of fishermen who disappeared after venturing too close to the hole, their boats swallowed by its powerful currents. While there's no definitive proof of these accounts, the dangers of the South China Sea are well documented. The combination of sudden storms, unpredictable tides, and the hole's magnetic pull could easily turn a routine fishing trip into a fatal encounter. Whether fact or fiction, these stories contribute to the hole's eerie reputation. Despite all the theories, the dragon hole remains an enigma. For every question scientists answer, new mysteries emerge, reminding us just how little we know about our planet's oceans. The dragon hole isn't just a place. It's a reminder of the vast, unexplored world that exists beneath the waves. At nearly 1,000 feet deep, it's a testament to the power and mystery of nature, a vertical frontier that challenges our understanding of the Earth. Today, the dragon hole remains largely unexplored. The logistical and technological challenges of studying such a remote and extreme environment mean that much of its story is still untold. Even the deepest dives and most advanced equipment have barely scratched the surface of what lies within. What could be waiting in the unexplored crevices at the bottom? Could there be undiscovered life forms adapted to the harsh conditions of the anoxic depths? Or perhaps geological phenomena that we've never encountered before? The possibilities are endless. Some researchers speculate that blue holes like the dragon hole could be part of a global network of underwater sinkholes, each one connected by hidden tunnels. If true, this could have implications for everything from marine biology to underwater exploration. It might even change how we think about the movement of water and nutrients through the ocean's ecosystems. But the dragon hole isn't just about what we can learn. It's also about what we feel. Standing at the edge of such a vast, dark void, you can't help but feel a sense of awe and humility. It's a place where human knowledge meets its limits, where even the most advanced technology struggles to reveal the secrets hidden in the shadows. For the locals, the dragon hole is more than just a scientific curiosity. It's a place of reverence and fear, a natural wonder that has inspired awe for generations. To them, it's not just a hole in the ocean floor. It's a living symbol of the unknown, a reminder that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. As researchers continue to study the dragon hole, one thing is certain: it will never lose its allure. Whether it's a geological time capsule, a gateway to another world, or simply one of nature's most stunning creations, the dragon hole stands as a testament to the enduring power of mystery. In a world where so much has been mapped and measured, it's a place that still defies explanation. And so, the dragon hole waits, silent and unmoving, holding its secrets deep within its depths. It challenges us to keep asking questions, to keep exploring, and to remember that no matter how much we think we know, there's always more to discover. Story 7. Antikythera's unexplained treasure from the mysterious depths of the dragon hole. Where secrets are swallowed by thousands of feet of water, we now move to the sunlit seas of the Mediterranean, where an ancient enigma was uncovered. In 1900, the world was undergoing rapid transformation. Industrialization was at its height, nations were expanding their reach, and science was unlocking secrets of the natural world. Yet, beneath the surface of the Aegean Sea, an ancient secret lay hidden, a time capsule from more than 2,000 years ago, untouched and unknown. This secret was about to be uncovered, not by scientists or explorers, but by a group of humble sponge divers. The Aegean Sea has long been a vital lifeline for Greece. Its waters, dotted with islands, have been a hub for trade, exploration, and culture for thousands of years. But it's also a perilous region, with unpredictable weather and jagged coastlines. Beneath its clear blue waves lies a graveyard of shipwrecks, vessels that met their fates in storms or collisions, their treasures lost to the sea. The small island of Antikythera, situated between Crete and the Greek mainland, is a quiet and rocky place. At the turn of the 20th century, it was virtually unknown outside of Greece, a remote outpost surrounded by treacherous waters. For local sponge divers, though, this region of the Aegean was their workplace, a place where they risked their lives to gather sponges from the seafloor. It was a dangerous profession, requiring them to dive to depths of over 100 feet with rudimentary equipment that offered little protection from the immense pressure and freezing water. On an autumn day in 1900, a group of these divers set out on what they thought would be an ordinary expedition. Led by Captain Demetrius Kondos, the crew anchored their ship near Antikythera and prepared to dive. Among them was a young diver named Elias Stadiatos, who would be the first to descend into the depths that day. Little did he know, he was about to stumble upon one of the most extraordinary discoveries in archaeological history. Elias descended slowly, the weight of his diving suit pulling him downward into the murky depths. The deeper he went, the colder and darker it became, until finally, his feet touched the seabed. As he scanned the ocean floor, searching for sponges, something strange caught his eye. Rising out of the sand were shapes that didn't belong, objects that seemed carved and crafted, not formed by nature. At first, he thought he had found a sunken city, its ruins stretching out before him. But as he swam closer, he realized it wasn't a city at all. It was the wreckage of an ancient ship, its cargo scattered across the seabed. Elias returned to the surface, gasping for air and shouting about what he had seen. At first, his crewmates were skeptical. Sunken cities and treasures were the stuff of legend, not reality. But as more divers descended to the site, they saw it for themselves. Columns, statues, pottery, and fragments of what appeared to be tools and machinery all lying in eerie silence beneath the waves. The divers had no idea what they had stumbled upon, but they knew it was important. They began hauling pieces of the wreckage to the surface, risking their lives to retrieve artifacts that had been hidden for centuries. What they brought back to the surface would change the way we understand the ancient world forever. The wreckage lay about 150 feet below the surface, a depth that at the time was considered almost unreachable. The divers, using crude diving suits and air pumps, faced extreme danger every time they descended. The pressure at that depth was immense, and decompression sickness, known as bends, was a constant threat. Yet despite these challenges, the crew was determined to uncover the secrets of the shipwreck. As they began salvaging artifacts, it became clear that this was no ordinary shipwreck. The site was filled with treasures, from marble statues and bronze figurines to pottery and glassware. Many of the statues were life-sized, depicting gods, athletes, and mythical creatures. Though some were broken or heavily corroded, their craftsmanship was unmistakable. These were works of extraordinary skill, created by artisans of the ancient Greek world. One of the most striking discoveries was a bronze statue of a youth, now known as the Antikythera youth. Though encrusted with centuries of marine growth, its graceful pose and detailed features hinted at the artistic heights of the Hellenistic period. Other statues included depictions of Hermes, Hercules, and other figures from Greek mythology. But the ship's cargo wasn't limited to art. Among the wreckage were everyday items like coins, amphorae, and pieces of furniture. These artifacts provided a glimpse into the lives of the people who had sailed on the ship, merchants, sailors, and perhaps wealthy passengers traveling across the Mediterranean. Some of the coins found at the site suggested the ship had originated in the eastern Mediterranean, possibly in Asia Minor or Egypt, and was on its way to Rome when it sank. The sheer variety of items suggested the ship had been carrying a mix of goods, likely intended for trade or as gifts for wealthy patrons. Its route, passing through the heart of ancient world, would have been a vital link in the Mediterranean trade network. But why had the ship gone down? Was it caught in a sudden storm? Did it collide with the rocky coastline of Antikythera? The answers to these questions remain elusive, lost to the waves. Then there was the strange lump of corroded metal and wood. At first glance, it appeared to be just another piece of debris encrusted with centuries of sediment. But as archaeologists began to clean and examine it, they realized it was something extraordinary. Embedded within the mass were gears, dials, and inscriptions, components of a machine unlike anything ever seen from the ancient world. This object, now known as the Antikythera mechanism, would go on to become one of the most studied artifacts in history. It was a device of stunning complexity, with interlocking gears and intricate mechanisms that suggested it had been used for astronomical calculations. Some researchers believe it was capable of predicting solar and lunar eclipses, tracking the positions of planets, and even marking the dates of the ancient Olympic Games. The discovery of the Antikythera mechanism added a new layer of intrigue to the shipwreck. How had such advanced technology existed in ancient Greece? Who had built this device and why? The mechanism was so sophisticated that it wouldn't be matched until the development of modern clocks in the 14th century. Its presence on the ship raised profound questions about the scientific knowledge of the ancient world, and how much of that knowledge may have been lost over time. The Antikythera shipwreck, with its treasures and mysteries, remains one of the most significant archaeological finds of all time. It offers a window into a world long gone, a glimpse of the artistry, innovation, and interconnectedness of the ancient Mediterranean. And yet, for all that we've learned, the wreck continues to hold secrets buried in the depths of the Aegean Sea. What else might it reveal? The answer, like the ship itself, lies beneath the waves. Story 8. The Ghost Ship Mary Celeste. The story of the Antikythera shipwreck reminds us how the ocean is both a time capsule and a graveyard, preserving pieces of our past while hiding untold mysteries. It holds relics of ancient civilizations, the secrets of lost technology, and evidence of lives once lived. But sometimes, the ocean's mysteries aren't buried under centuries of sand. They're eerily frozen in time, leaving us to wonder what could have happened. In 1872, a ship named the Mary Celeste was discovered drifting aimlessly in the Atlantic Ocean. Her sails were partially set, her cargo untouched, and her provisions stocked. But the crew? They were nowhere to be found. No bodies, no signs of a struggle. Just an empty ship, silently cutting through the waves. To this day, the disappearance of the Mary Celeste's crew remains one of the most chilling maritime mysteries in history. Let's set the stage for this haunting story. The Mary Celeste was not a ship that seemed destined for infamy. At first glance, it was a modest brigantine, built for purpose rather than prestige. Measuring just over 100 feet long and 25 feet wide, it was neither grand nor particularly unique among the countless merchant vessels traversing the world's oceans in the 19th century. But what the Mary Celeste lacked in size or splendor, it made up for in resilience. It was a sturdy, two-masted workhorse of a ship, designed to carry heavy cargo across treacherous seas. Originally launched under the name Amazon in Nova Scotia in 1861, the vessel had endured its fair share of hardships even before the events that would make it infamous. During its maiden voyage, the Amazon suffered damage and had to be repaired. Over the following years, it changed hands multiple times, experiencing a series of mishaps that seemed to suggest bad luck followed wherever it sailed. By 1867, the ship had run aground during a storm off Cape Breton Island, leaving it battered and abandoned. It was later salvaged, sold at auction, and given a new name, Mary Celeste. Whether this rechristening was an attempt to shake off the ship's streak of misfortune or simply a fresh start, it's impossible to say. But if the name change was meant to ward off bad luck, it didn't work. By 1872, the Mary Celeste was under the command of Captain Benjamin Briggs, a man whose reputation was the polar opposite of the ship's. Briggs was a seasoned mariner, a captain with decades of experience navigating the unpredictable Atlantic. He was known for his meticulous nature, carefully planning every detail of his voyages and running a tight ship. Those who worked with him respected his calm demeanor and sound judgment. He wasn't the kind of man to take unnecessary risks or make hasty decisions, and he had no tolerance for carelessness aboard his ship. But this particular voyage of the Mary Celeste wasn't just another job for Captain Briggs. It was personal. Alongside the 7 crew members he had handpicked for their reliability, Briggs brought his wife, Sarah, and their 2-year-old daughter, Sophia, on board. It was unusual for captains to bring their families on such voyages, but Briggs, a deeply religious man, valued family above all else. The trip to Genoa, Italy, was as much a reunion for Sarah and Sophia as it was a business venture for Briggs. The Mary Celeste set sail from New York Harbor on November 7, 1872, carrying a cargo of 1,701 barrels of industrial alcohol. This wasn't the kind of alcohol you'd drink at a tavern. It was highly flammable, volatile, and used primarily in manufacturing and industry. Handling such a cargo required careful planning and constant vigilance. But for Briggs, it was just another aspect of the job. The Atlantic crossing, while always a challenge, was a route he knew well. For the first few weeks, the voyage seemed uneventful. The weather was relatively calm for November, and the ship's log recorded steady progress as it sailed eastward toward Europe. The crew performed their duties with diligence. The Briggs family settled into their quarters, and the ship held its course. From all accounts, everything was as it should be. But as the Mary Celeste approached the Azores, something changed. To this day, no one knows exactly what happened in those final days aboard the ship. Did they encounter a sudden storm, a rogue wave, or something far stranger? All we know for certain is that by the time the Mary Celeste was discovered, the ship was abandoned, and its crew and passengers had vanished without a trace. On December 4, 1872, the British brigantine Dei Grazia was making its way across the Atlantic, en route from New York to Gibraltar. Like the Mary Celeste, the Dei Grazia was a cargo ship, but its journey had begun weeks later, putting it several hundred miles behind Briggs' vessel. The captain of the Dei Grazia, David Morehouse, was an experienced sailor who knew the Atlantic's unpredictable waters well. On this particular morning, as the Dei Grazia approached the Azores, Morehouse and his crew noticed something unusual on the horizon. A ship was drifting aimlessly in the water, its sails partially set but slack against the wind. The vessel seemed to be moving without purpose, carried by the current rather than directed by any hand at the helm. At first, Morehouse thought the ship might be in distress, a common sight in an era when storms and accidents claimed hundreds of vessels each year. But as the Dei Grazia drew closer, it became clear that something was deeply wrong. Through his spyglass, Morehouse could see no one on deck. There were no flags flying, no signals of distress, no signs of life at all. The ship's name, painted on its stern, identified it as the Mary Celeste. Morehouse was stunned. He knew Captain Briggs personally, and had even dined with him before their respective voyages. The two ships had departed from the same port within days of each other, yet here was the Mary Celeste, seemingly abandoned and adrift. Concerned for the safety of the crew and passengers, Morehouse ordered a boarding party to investigate. Two sailors from the Dei Grazia rowed over to the Mary Celeste and climbed aboard. What they found would baffle and unsettle them, and the world, for generations. The ship was eerily quiet, the only sounds coming from the creaking of the wood and the lapping of waves against the hull. Inside, the cabins and cargo hold were remarkably intact. The ship's provisions, barrels of salted meat, water, and other supplies were untouched, enough to last the crew for months. The personal belongings of the crew and the Briggs family were still in place, from clothing to toys for young Sophia. Even valuables, such as gold coins and navigational equipment, remained undisturbed. The Mary Celeste's cargo, the 1,701 barrels of industrial alcohol, was largely accounted for. Only 9 barrels were found empty, an anomaly that would later spark speculation about what might have happened aboard the ship. The ship's logbook, found in Captain Briggs' cabin, recorded the vessel's last position on November 25th, placing it near the Azores. There was nothing in the log to suggest trouble. The last entry was routine, noting the ship's position, weather conditions, and course. The most puzzling detail was the absence of the crew. Every lifeboat was missing, suggesting the crew had abandoned ship. But why? The Mary Celeste was seaworthy, with no signs of significant damage. There were no indications of fire, flooding, or violence. The ship seemed to have been left in a hurry, yet the reason for the crew's departure was unclear. The sailors who boarded the Mary Celeste couldn't shake the eerie feeling that clung to the ship. It was as if time had stopped, the ordinary rhythms of life abruptly interrupted. They brought the Mary Celeste back to Gibraltar, where an official inquiry would be held to determine what had happened. But the discovery of the Mary Celeste was only the beginning of the mystery. The discovery of the Mary Celeste was just the beginning. What came next was over a century of speculation, investigation, and debate. How could a ship, fully stocked and seaworthy, be found completely abandoned in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean? What force, natural or otherwise, could compel an experienced captain like Benjamin Briggs to order his crew and family to leave the safety of their ship? These questions have haunted historians, sailors, and mystery enthusiasts for decades. To understand what might have happened, we must delve into the theories, some rooted in fact, others veering into the realm of the bizarre. The simplest explanation is that some natural event forced the crew to abandon the Mary Celeste. One of the most common theories involves rogue waves, enormous walls of water that can appear without warning, often caused by strong currents or sudden shifts in weather. A rogue wave could have struck the Mary Celeste, washing over the deck and causing panic among the crew. If the ship had taken on water temporarily, it might have seemed to those on board that the vessel was sinking, prompting them to launch the lifeboat. Another possibility is that the ship encountered a waterspout, a tornado over water. Waterspouts can create strong winds and heavy rain, destabilizing ships and frightening those on board. If the crew believed the Mary Celeste was in immediate danger, they might have abandoned ship, intending to return once the weather cleared. There's also evidence to suggest the Mary Celeste may have suffered from issues with its cargo. The ship was carrying 1,701 barrels of industrial alcohol, a highly volatile substance. Later investigations revealed that 9 of the barrels were empty. Some researchers have proposed that the alcohol may have leaked, releasing dangerous fumes. A spark or a small fire in the hold could have caused an explosion, or at least a sudden terrifying flash of fire. If this happened, it's possible the crew panicked, fearing the entire cargo would ignite and abandon ship. Interestingly, tests conducted in the 2000s simulated what might happen if alcohol fumes ignited in a confined space. These experiments showed that such an explosion could occur without leaving burn marks or significant damage, explaining why the ship appeared intact. But even with this modern evidence, we're left with a lingering question. If the crew abandoned the ship, why didn't they return when the danger passed? Another category of theories involves human conflict. Was there a mutiny aboard the Mary Celeste? It's a plausible idea. Discontent among crew members has caused countless incidents at sea throughout history. However, there's little evidence to support this theory. The ship was found in good condition, with no signs of a struggle or violence. Valuable items, including gold coins, were left untouched, making a robbery or mutiny less likely. Piracy has also been suggested, but it's an odd theory considering the ship's condition. Pirates typically loot vessels for valuables, and the Mary Celeste's cargo and supplies were all intact. Additionally, piracy in the Atlantic was rare by the 1870s, as maritime law enforcement had significantly curtailed such activities. If pirates had attacked, they would have likely taken the cargo, the valuables, or at least left some sign of their presence. As with any enduring mystery, the Mary Celeste has attracted its share of paranormal theories. Some have suggested that the ship fell victim to extraterrestrial forces, with the crew abducted by aliens. Others believe the Mary Celeste encountered a supernatural event, such as a curse or a ghostly presence, which drove the crew to madness or death. While these ideas are largely dismissed by historians, they remain a popular part of the ship's lore, feeding the imaginations of writers, filmmakers, and mystery enthusiasts. There's even a connection to the infamous Bermuda Triangle, although the Mary Celeste was far outside its boundaries when it was discovered. Still, this hasn't stopped some from linking the ship to the Triangle's reputation for unexplained disappearances. One of the more practical theories is that the crew abandoned the ship due to a combination of small problems that escalated into a full-blown crisis. For example, it's possible the ship's pump malfunctioned, leading the crew to believe the vessel was taking on water. Combined with rough weather, alcohol fumes, or another alarming event, this could have convinced Captain Briggs that the ship was no longer safe. The lack of lifeboats suggests the crew launched one to escape the perceived danger. However, navigating the Atlantic in a small, open boat would have been nearly impossible. The crew may have been swept away by strong currents, capsized in a storm, or succumbed to exposure and dehydration. If this theory is correct, the decision to abandon ship was likely a tragic miscalculation, born of fear and uncertainty. In the decades since the Mary Celeste was found, modern technology and research have provided some insights, but no definitive answers. Maritime historians have analyzed the ship's design, cargo, and weather records, while forensic experts have studied the artifacts left aboard. Each piece of evidence adds a layer to the puzzle, but the core mystery remains. Why did the crew leave a perfectly seaworthy ship? Even the ship's later history is marked by misfortune. After the Mary Celeste was salvaged, it returned to service under new owners, but never shook its reputation as a cursed vessel. In 1885, it was deliberately wrecked off the coast of Haiti in an apparent insurance fraud scheme, ending its troubled career. Despite its tragic end, the story of the Mary Celeste endures. It has inspired countless books, films, and debates, captivating audiences with its haunting combination of facts and unanswered questions. The Mary Celeste is more than just a ghost ship. It's a symbol of the ocean's ability to humble and mystify us. Its story reminds us that even with all our technology and knowledge, the sea holds secrets we may never fully unravel. Was it a natural disaster, human error, or something we can't yet comprehend? The answer, like the crew of the Mary Celeste, remains lost to the depths. What do you think happened to the Mary Celeste? Was it a desperate decision in the face of danger, or something more sinister? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. The story of the Mary Celeste is a haunting reminder of how much the sea can take from us: lives, ships, and answers. But it's not only mysteries and disappearances that lie beneath the waves. Sometimes, the ocean hides the remnants of entire civilizations, places once bustling with life, commerce, and culture, now preserved in eerie silence under layers of sand and salt water. Off the coast of Greece, there's another kind of maritime enigma. Beneath the calm waters lies Pavlopetri, a lost city that predates even the pyramids. Unlike myths of Atlantis, Pavlopetri is real. It's the oldest submerged city ever discovered, and it's so well preserved that its streets, buildings, and courtyards are still intact, offering an unprecedented glimpse into a world that thrived over 5,000 years ago. Let's dive into this extraordinary tale of history, mystery, and the power of the sea. In the southern reaches of Greece, where the rugged coastline meets the expansive blue of the Mediterranean Sea, the Peloponnesian Peninsula has long been a land steeped in history. This region, known for its myths of gods and heroes, its epic wars, and its enduring ruins, has always been a place where history and legend intertwine. But not all its secrets are found above ground. Beneath the waves of the Laconian Gulf, hidden for millennia, lies one of the most remarkable archaeological discoveries of our time: the ancient city of Pavlopetri. For centuries, fishermen and locals in the area whispered about strange shapes they sometimes glimpsed beneath the clear waters. A hint of stone walls, a shadow of a forgotten structure. But the sea guards its secrets well, and no one thought much of it. After all, ancient ruins are hardly uncommon in Greece. Who would have guessed that these fleeting glimpses were the outlines of a city that predated not only classical Greece, but even the pyramids of Egypt? The rediscovery of Pavlopetri began in 1967, when Nicholas Fleming, a British oceanographer, was conducting underwater surveys in the area. At the time, underwater archaeology was still in its infancy. Divers relied on simple equipment, and there were no sophisticated imaging tools like sonar or 3D mapping. Fleming wasn't searching for a lost city. He was simply studying the seabed. But as he dove in the shallow waters near the small beach of Pavlopetri, something unusual caught his eye. There, just a few meters below the surface, were the unmistakable shapes of man-made structures. Fleming had stumbled upon what looked like streets and buildings, the skeleton of an ancient settlement long claimed by the sea. It was an extraordinary find, but the scope of what he had discovered wouldn't become clear until the following year, when a team of archaeologists from the University of Cambridge arrived to investigate. As the archaeologists began their work, they realized they were looking at something far older and more significant than they had imagined. This wasn't just a cluster of ruins. It was a city carefully planned and remarkably well preserved. Even more astonishing was its age. Initial studies dated the site to around 1000 BCE, placing it in the late Bronze Age. But as research continued, it became clear that Pavlopetri was much older, with its origins stretching back to at least 3000 BCE. This made it the oldest known submerged city in the world. What made Pavlopetri even more remarkable was its state of preservation. Unlike other ancient cities that had been eroded by time, looted, or destroyed by human activity, Pavlopetri had been shielded by the sea. Its streets, buildings, and tombs lay almost exactly as they had been thousands of years ago, offering a unique window into a world that had long since vanished. Descending into the waters above Pavlopetri feels like stepping into a time machine. Just 10 to 12 feet below the surface, the city unfolds in stunning clarity, its layout preserved as if the inhabitants had only just left. For archaeologists and divers, it's an otherworldly experience, walking along streets that haven't felt human footsteps in over 5,000 years. The city itself is astonishingly well organized, a testament to the ingenuity of its builders. Straight, narrow streets intersect at right angles, forming a grid-like pattern that would be familiar to modern urban planners. At the heart of the city lies a central plaza, a large open space that may have served as a marketplace or gathering area. Surrounding this plaza are clusters of buildings, some small and simple, likely homes or workshops, while others are larger and more elaborate, hinting at a public or administrative function. Archaeologists have identified at least 15 structures, though they believe many more remain buried under layers of sand and sediment. These buildings aren't random. They were carefully constructed with an understanding of both engineering and aesthetics. Stone walls, some several feet thick, define the boundaries of each structure. Inside, there are remnants of hearths, storage areas, and even drainage systems, evidence of a society that understood the importance of sanitation and resource management. The most intriguing discoveries are the city's burial sites. Scattered throughout Pavlopetri are tombs containing pottery, tools, and other artifacts. These items provide a glimpse into the daily lives of the people who lived here, their diets, their trades, and even their artistic sensibilities. The pottery, in particular, is a treasure trove of information. Decorated with intricate patterns and symbols, it reflects the culture and beliefs of its creators, as well as their connections to other civilizations. Some of the designs suggest trade with distant regions, hinting that Pavlopetri was part of a larger network of Bronze Age commerce. But Pavlopetri wasn't just a city of homes and markets. It was a maritime hub. The discovery of large stone anchors and slipways for launching boats points to a society deeply connected to the sea. The city's location, nestled in a sheltered bay with easy access to the open Mediterranean, would have made it an ideal port for trade. Archaeologists believe that Pavlopetri played a key role in the exchange of goods, ideas, and culture during the Bronze Age, serving as a link between the civilizations of the Aegean, the Near East, and beyond. As researchers continue to explore the site, they've uncovered more and more evidence of this maritime activity. Tools and artifacts found in the city suggest that its inhabitants were skilled sailors and shipbuilders, capable of navigating the unpredictable waters of the Mediterranean. The city's proximity to natural resources, such as timber for shipbuilding and fertile land for agriculture, would have made it a thriving center of trade and industry. But for all its ingenuity and prosperity, Pavlopetri was not immune to the forces of nature. The city's location, so advantageous for trade, also left it vulnerable to the very element it depended on, the sea. Over time, rising water levels, combined with the geological activity common in the region, slowly consumed the city, submerging it beneath the waves. Walking through the ruins of Pavlopetri today, it's easy to imagine the vibrant life that once filled its streets. Children playing in the plaza, merchants shouting over the prices of goods, sailors preparing their boats for a long journey. This was a city that lived and breathed, a city that thrived at the edge of the known world. And yet, like so many other ancient civilizations, it was ultimately claimed by the forces of nature, leaving behind only whispers of its story. Pavlopetri is more than just a city. It's a time capsule, a snapshot of the Bronze Age frozen beneath the sea. Its discovery has reshaped our understanding of ancient history, offering a rare and priceless glimpse into a world long lost to the depths. But even as we learn more about Pavlopetri, questions remain. Who were the people who built this city? What role did it play in the ancient world? And what secrets still lie hidden beneath the sand and water? The discovery of Pavlopetri has given archaeologists an unprecedented look into the Bronze Age. Its streets, buildings, and artifacts paint a vivid picture of a thriving, interconnected society. But while much has been learned, questions linger about its ultimate fate. Why did a city so well built, so advanced for its time, vanish beneath the waves? The answers are as elusive as the city itself, and they lie at the heart of the mystery surrounding Pavlopetri. One of the most widely accepted theories is that Pavlopetri fell victim to natural forces beyond its control. Geologically, the region around the Laconian Gulf is highly active. Earthquakes are a frequent occurrence, and the land's proximity to tectonic fault lines means even small shifts could have devastating effects. A single, powerful earthquake could have caused sections of the city to collapse, creating structural instability and forcing its inhabitants to abandon their homes. Over time, repeated seismic activity might have caused the coastline to sink, leaving Pavlopetri at the mercy of the encroaching sea. Rising sea levels during the late Bronze Age are another likely culprit. Geological evidence suggests that the Mediterranean experienced a gradual but significant increase in water levels during this period. This wasn't a slow creep over centuries, but a series of rapid inundations triggered by a changing climate. Pavlopetri, situated just above sea level, may have been particularly vulnerable. It's possible the city's inhabitants tried to adapt, building seawalls or raising their structures, but these efforts would have been no match for the relentless rise of the water. Another theory involves a combination of these factors, a natural one-two punch of earthquakes and flooding. Imagine a thriving port city, its streets bustling with activity, suddenly struck by a powerful quake. Buildings crumble, the ground shifts, and the once stable coastline begins to sink. In the aftermath, rising waters claim the ruins, leaving the city submerged and its population displaced. Over time, sediment and sand bury the remains, preserving them until their rediscovery thousands of years later. But the question of how Pavlopetri was lost is only part of the mystery. The question of why it disappeared goes deeper. What role did Pavlopetri play in the ancient world? And what does its fate tell us about the people who lived there? Some archaeologists believe Pavlopetri was a hub of the Minoan civilization, one of the earliest and most sophisticated cultures of the Bronze Age. Known for their elaborate palaces, vibrant art, and extensive trade networks, the Minoans were maritime pioneers. If Pavlopetri was indeed a Minoan outpost, its loss might reflect the decline of their civilization. Around 1200 BCE, the Minoans faced a series of devastating events, including volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and invasions by outside forces. Pavlopetri may have been caught up in this turmoil, abandoned as the Minoan world collapsed. Others argue that Pavlopetri was a more localized settlement, part of a broader network of city-states that dotted the Greek coastline. If this is true, its disappearance could have been the result of more mundane factors: economic decline, resource depletion, or a shift in trade routes. Perhaps the city's harbor silted up, making it less accessible to ships, or perhaps its strategic importance diminished over time. What's clear is that Pavlopetri's story is one of resilience and fragility. It was a city built to thrive in harmony with the sea, yet it was ultimately claimed by the very waters that sustained it. As researchers continue to study the site, new discoveries may shed light on the mystery of its fate. For now, Pavlopetri remains a tantalizing enigma, a city that challenges our understanding of the ancient world. Today, Pavlopetri lies just beneath the surface, a silent testament to the ingenuity and adaptability of its creators. For centuries, it remained hidden, forgotten by history, and untouched by human hands. But thanks to modern technology and the dedication of archaeologists, the city has been brought back into the light, both figuratively and literally. One of the most significant advancements in the study of Pavlopetri has been the use of 3D mapping and underwater imaging. In the early 2010s, a team of researchers partnered with the Hellenic Ministry of Culture to create a detailed digital model of the city. Using high-resolution sonar and photogrammetry, they were able to map the site in unprecedented detail, revealing features that had been hidden for millennia. The resulting images are breathtaking, showing streets, buildings, and even individual stones in stunning clarity. These efforts have allowed archaeologists to explore Pavlopetri without disturbing its fragile remains. Unlike traditional excavation, which often involves removing artifacts and structures, digital mapping preserves the site exactly as it is, ensuring that future generations can continue to study and learn from it. But Pavlopetri isn't just an archaeological site, it's also a cultural treasure. Local communities have embraced the city as a symbol of their heritage, working to protect and promote it. Efforts are underway to designate Pavlopetri as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, a recognition that would help ensure its preservation for years to come. The rediscovery of Pavlopetri has also sparked new interest in underwater archaeology as a field. Inspired by the city's story, researchers have begun to explore other submerged sites around the world, from ancient harbors in the Mediterranean to sunken temples in Southeast Asia. Pavlopetri has become a beacon for those who seek to uncover the secrets of the past, proving that even the most forgotten places can still hold incredible stories. And yet, for all its modern significance, Pavlopetri remains a mystery. Who were the people who built it? What drove them to create such an advanced city in such a precarious location? And what lessons can we learn from their triumphs and their failures? Pavlopetri's story is far from over. As technology continues to evolve, so too will our understanding of this ancient city. For now, it stands as a reminder of the delicate balance between humanity and nature, a balance that has defined our history and will continue to shape our future. As we leave Pavlopetri behind, it's worth reflecting on its legacy. This was a city that thrived for thousands of years, a place where people lived, worked, and dreamed. And while its buildings may have been claimed by the sea, its story endures. A story of resilience, ingenuity, and the enduring power of human civilization. The story of Pavlopetri reminds us of how the sea can preserve and protect history, hiding the traces of ancient civilizations beneath its waves until they're rediscovered centuries later. But not every ocean mystery leaves behind clues. Some vanish entirely, leaving us with more questions than answers. As we move from the depths of antiquity to the modern age, we encounter another enigma, one that has baffled sailors, historians, and investigators for over a century. Unlike Pavlopetri, this mystery doesn't involve or the slow encroachment of rising seas. Instead, it revolves around a massive ship, a wartime voyage, and a disappearance so complete that no trace has ever been found. The year was 1918, and the USS Cyclops, a colossal naval vessel, was on a routine journey through the Atlantic. On board were over 300 men, thousands of tons of cargo, and a sturdy ship built to the rigors of war. But somewhere between Barbados and Baltimore, the Cyclops disappeared without a trace. There was no distress signal, no wreckage, no survivors. It's as if the ship had been swallowed whole by the ocean. What happened to the USS Cyclops? Was it a mechanical failure? A sudden storm? Or something far more sinister? To this day, no one knows. Let's dive into the haunting story of the Cyclops, a ship that sailed into history and never returned. In the early 20th century, the U.S. Navy was a force on the rise. With ambitions of projecting power across the globe, it was clear that naval supremacy would depend not only on warships, but also on the critical logistics that kept them operational. Enter the USS Cyclops, a behemoth of her time and a critical asset to the Navy's growing fleet. Launched in 1910, the Cyclops was one of 4 Proteus-class colliers built specifically to transport vast quantities of coal, the lifeblood of naval operations in the era of steam-powered ships. At an imposing 542 feet long and 65 feet wide, the Cyclops was a floating powerhouse, capable of carrying over 12,000 tons of coal at a time. Her immense size and cargo capacity made her an engineering marvel, an indispensable tool for a navy seeking to fuel its operations across vast distances. But the Cyclops wasn't just about size. Her design was ahead of its time. Built for durability, her steel hull and watertight compartments were meant to weather the harshest seas. Inside, her enormous holds were meticulously organized to maximize cargo efficiency. And while she wasn't built for speed, her top speed was a modest 15 knots. She was designed for reliability, her sturdy construction ensuring that she could handle the rigors of long voyages. By the time World War I broke out in 1914, coal was no longer the Navy's only priority. Oil was rapidly becoming the fuel of choice for warships, rendering coal less critical. But this didn't mean the Cyclops was obsolete. Instead, her role shifted. She became a multi-purpose vessel, carrying not just fuel, but any cargo the Navy needed: ammunition, supplies, even troops. In this new capacity, she became a workhorse of the fleet, a vessel that could be relied upon to deliver vital resources wherever they were needed. In January 1918, the Cyclops received a new mission. She was ordered to transport 10,800 tons of manganese ore from Brazil to the United States. Manganese was a key material for the war effort, essential for strengthening steel used in weapons and machinery. The journey would take her from Rio de Janeiro to Salvador, Brazil, and then north to Baltimore, Maryland. The Cyclops departed Rio without incident, arriving in Salvador in mid-February. After taking on her full cargo, she began the long voyage north. Her route would take her through the Caribbean, a stretch of ocean known for its calm waters and predictable weather. It was, by all accounts, a routine mission, one the Cyclops had completed many times before. The ship made a scheduled stop in Barbados on March 3, 1918, to resupply and allow her captain, Lieutenant Commander George Worley, to file a report. By all accounts, everything seemed normal. The Cyclops was in good condition and there were no signs of trouble. She departed Barbados on March 4, bound for Baltimore, with an expected arrival date later that month. But somewhere between Barbados and Baltimore, the Cyclops vanished. She sent no distress signal, made no calls for help, and left no trace of her passage. The massive ship, her 309 passengers and crew, and her cargo of manganese ore all disappeared, as if swallowed by the ocean itself. The disappearance of the USS Cyclops was a shock to the U.S. Navy and the nation at large. This wasn't just any ship. It was a massive military vessel, equipped with experienced sailors and built to endure the rigors of the sea. How could such a ship vanish without a trace? The mystery became an immediate focus of naval investigations, but the lack of evidence left everyone grasping at straws. Search efforts began as soon as the ship failed to arrive in Baltimore. Ships and planes scoured the Cyclops' expected route, covering thousands of square miles of ocean. Ports along the East Coast, the Caribbean, and South America were alerted to keep an eye out for wreckage or survivors. Wireless stations, still a relatively new technology, listened for any possible signals from the ship, but there was nothing. No lifeboats, no debris, no oil slicks. The Cyclops had seemingly disappeared without a trace. The lack of physical evidence only deepened the mystery. Normally, even in catastrophic sinkings, some form of debris, planks, life preservers, cargo eventually washes ashore. But in the case of the Cyclops, the ocean remained eerily silent. It was as if the ship had been swallowed whole by the Atlantic. Adding to the strangeness was the fact that the Cyclops had not sent a distress signal. While wireless communication in 1918 was still rudimentary, the ship was equipped with a working radio and a trained operator. If there had been time to send a distress call, why hadn't they? This raised the unsettling possibility that whatever happened to the ship had occurred so suddenly that the crew had no time to react. Over a century has passed since the USS Cyclops vanished, but the mystery remains as compelling as ever. With advancements in technology and renewed interest in maritime history, modern researchers have revisited the case, hoping to uncover new evidence or develop plausible theories that could finally explain the ship's disappearance. One of the more recent technological developments that has reignited interest in the Cyclops is the use of deep-sea exploration tools, including remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, and advanced sonar mapping systems. These technologies have allowed researchers to explore parts of the ocean that were once unreachable. Story 11. The fate of the Warada. The disappearance of the USS Cyclops is a stark reminder of how even the largest, most advanced ships can vanish without a trace, swallowed by the vast and unpredictable ocean. It's a mystery that has baffled historians and researchers for over a century, leaving behind only theories and speculation. But the Cyclops isn't the only ship to meet such a mysterious fate. Nearly a decade earlier, another ship, the Warada, often called the Titanic of the unlike the Cyclops, the Warada was a luxury passenger liner, designed for comfort and elegance. She was a symbol of modernity and progress, a ship built to conquer the seas. But in 1909, during only her second voyage, the Warada disappeared, taking with her 211 passengers and crew. What happened to the Warada? Was it a design flaw, a violent storm, or something more sinister? Just like the Cyclops, the Warada left no wreckage, no survivors, and no definitive answers. Let's dive into the story of the Warada, a ship that set out in style and was never seen again. At the turn of the 20th century, Australia was riding a wave of optimism. A growing economy, burgeoning trade routes, and increased demand for luxury travel were reshaping the country's connections with the rest of the world. Ships weren't just vessels of commerce. They were symbols of progress and pride, linking continents and carrying people to new opportunities. Among the rising stars of this era was the Warada, a ship designed to embody the ambition and elegance of her time. Built in 1908 by the Blue Anchor Line, the Warada was a masterpiece of Edwardian engineering. At 465 feet long and weighing over 9,000 tons, she was the largest and most sophisticated vessel ever commissioned by the company. Her dual-purpose design aimed to strike the perfect balance between luxury and utility. Above deck, she offered first-class passengers opulence on par with the finest liners of the age. Ornate dining rooms, plush lounges, and state-of-the-art cabins catered to the wealthy elite, while more modest accommodations provided comfort for second-class travelers. But the Warada wasn't just a passenger liner. Below deck, her massive cargo holds were designed to carry Australia's most valuable exports, wool, meat, and precious metals, making her a vital link in the nation's trade network with Europe. Her combination of grandeur and practicality earned her the nickname the Titanic of the Southern Hemisphere, a ship that represented the peak of Edwardian ingenuity. Her maiden voyage from London to Sydney in late 1908 was a success. Passengers were charmed by her luxurious interiors and smooth performance at sea. The Blue Anchor Line had every reason to celebrate their flagship vessel, which was quickly becoming a favorite among travelers and traders alike. By July 1909, the Warada was ready for her second voyage, departing Sydney with 211 passengers and crew on board. The ship was loaded with cargo destined for markets in Europe, and her itinerary included stops in Durban and Cape Town before heading into the Atlantic. Spirits were high as she sailed across the Indian Ocean, her passengers enjoying the ship's comforts and camaraderie. However, as the Warada approached the southern coast of Africa, concerns began to emerge. Some passengers reported that the ship felt unstable in rough seas, listing more than expected. Others spoke of an eerie sensation, a subtle unease they couldn't quite explain. These observations were brushed aside by the crew, but they would later take on a chilling significance. On July 26, 1909, the Warada departed Durban, heading for Cape Town. It would be her final voyage. While no confirmed wreckage of the Cyclops has been found, these tools have uncovered dozens of previously unknown shipwrecks in the region, demonstrating that even the largest vessels can remain hidden in the vast expanse of the ocean. Some modern theories have focused on structural issues with the Cyclops. Historical records suggest that the ship's design may have made her vulnerable to instability when heavily loaded. The manganese ore she was carrying was both dense and prone to shifting. If improperly secured, even a small shift in the cargo's weight could have destabilized the ship, causing her to capsize rapidly. This theory aligns with the absence of a distress signal. If the ship had capsized or broken apart suddenly, the crew would have had no time to react. Another line of investigation centers on Captain George Worley, whose leadership has long been a subject of speculation. Worley's erratic behavior and questionable decisions during previous voyages have led some to wonder whether he might have played a role in the Cyclops' fate. Witnesses from earlier voyages described him as abrasive and unpredictable, and rumors persist that his German heritage raised suspicions during a time of heightened wartime paranoia. However, there is no hard evidence to suggest that Worley deliberately sabotaged the ship or acted maliciously. Recent studies of wartime records have also reignited the theory of enemy action. During World War I, German U-boats operated extensively in the Atlantic, targeting Allied ships. While no confirmed reports link a U-boat to the Cyclops, it is possible that her disappearance was the result of an unrecorded attack. German naval records from the era are incomplete, leaving room for speculation. However, the lack of debris or survivors remains a sticking point for this theory. Typically, even in a U-boat attack, some trace of the ship would be expected to surface. The Bermuda Triangle theory, while often dismissed by scientists, continues to captivate the public imagination. The Cyclops disappeared in a region known for its association with mysterious vanishings, and some have speculated that the ship fell victim to a phenomenon unique to the area. From methane hydrate eruptions to rogue waves and magnetic anomalies, various natural explanations have been proposed. While most of these theories remain unproven, they add an extra layer of intrigue to the Cyclops' story. One of the most compelling modern theories is the possibility that the Cyclops sank due to a combination of factors. A minor structural failure, exacerbated by her heavy load and potentially rough seas, could have set off a chain reaction leading to her rapid sinking. This theory acknowledges that the ship's disappearance may not have been caused by a single catastrophic event, but rather a perfect storm of circumstances. The Cyclops' disappearance has also inspired efforts to locate her wreckage. Organizations specializing in maritime archaeology and underwater exploration have proposed targeted searches of the ship's likely route using modern mapping technology. However, the vast size of the search area and the depth of the Atlantic Ocean present significant challenges. Despite these difficulties, researchers remain hopeful that one day the mystery of the Cyclops will be solved. Until then, the USS Cyclops remains a haunting reminder of the ocean's power to hide its secrets. Whether she lies intact on the seabed or was torn apart by the elements, her story continues to inspire curiosity and speculation. For now, we are left with questions, theories, and the enduring allure of one of history's greatest maritime mysteries. The Warada's departure from Durban was routine. Passengers and crew alike were looking forward to reaching Cape Town, a key stop before the long journey north to London. The weather was mild, the ship was well stocked, and there were no immediate signs of trouble. For those on board, it seemed like just another leg of the journey. At approximately 6 p.m. on July 27th, the Waratah was sighted by the Clan MacIntyre, a cargo ship traveling the same route. The two vessels exchanged routine signals, and the Waratah appeared to be in good condition, steaming steadily along the South African coastline. This brief interaction would mark the last confirmed sighting of the Waratah. After she passed out of view, she was never seen again. When the Waratah failed to arrive in Cape Town, initial reactions were cautious. Delays at sea were not uncommon in 1909, particularly along the southern coast of Africa, where unpredictable weather and strong currents were a constant challenge for sailors. But as days turned to weeks with no word from the Waratah, concern turned to alarm. Something was terribly wrong. The Blue Anchor Line, the ship's owner, quickly launched a search effort. Ships from their fleet and other vessels operating in the area were diverted to comb the waters between Durban and Cape Town. The search spanned hundreds of miles of treacherous coastline, covering the area where the Waratah was last seen by the Clan MacIntyre. Crews were instructed to look for anything, debris, lifeboats, or survivors, but the search yielded nothing. Adding to the challenge was the nature of the Agulhas Current, one of the strongest ocean currents in the world. Flowing southward along the east coast of Africa, it merges with the cold waters of the Antarctic Circumpolar Current, creating a volatile stretch of ocean. Shipwrecks in this region often leave little evidence, as wreckage is either swept far away or dragged deep into underwater canyons. By late August 1909, hope for finding survivors began to fade. Despite the lack of evidence, rumors started to circulate. Some claimed to have seen mysterious lights at sea, suggesting the Waratah might still be afloat, drifting aimlessly with its passengers and crew alive but stranded. Others speculated that the ship had run aground on a hidden reef or island, awaiting rescue. Theories ranged from plausible to fantastical, but none offered any concrete answers. In September, the Blue Anchor Line organized a second search, this time involving the steamer Wakefield. The Wakefield retraced the Waratah's route, stopping at every known hazard and searching for signs of the missing ship. Once again, the effort came up empty. No wreckage, no bodies, and no clues emerged. The Waratah had disappeared as completely as if she had been swallowed by the ocean. Over the years, several other attempts were made to locate the ship. Modern technology, including sonar mapping and underwater exploration, has been used to scan the seabed off South Africa, but the area's challenging conditions have made the search extraordinarily difficult. The waters near the Agulhas Bank are littered with wrecks, some dating back centuries, making it hard to distinguish the Waratah from other lost vessels. To this day, the Waratah remains undiscovered. Her disappearance is one of the most enduring mysteries in maritime history, a haunting reminder of how vast and unpredictable the ocean can be. The mystery of the Waratah has captivated historians, maritime experts, and enthusiasts for over a century. With no wreckage or survivors to provide answers, the ship's fate has given rise to countless theories, ranging from the plausible to the fantastical. Here, we'll explore the most prominent explanations for the Waratah's disappearance. One of the most widely accepted theories is that the Waratah suffered from critical design flaws. Reports from her maiden voyage in 1908 described the ship as unstable, prone to heavy listing in rough seas. Passengers and crew noted that the ship seemed top-heavy, with a high center of gravity that made her vulnerable to capsizing. The Waratah's design was ambitious, attempting to combine luxury accommodations with massive cargo holds. Some experts believe that this combination may have made the ship inherently unstable, particularly when heavily loaded. On her final voyage, she was carrying a significant amount of cargo, including tons of tallow, coal, and heavy machinery. If this cargo shifted during rough seas, it could have caused the ship to capsize rapidly, leaving no time for a distress signal or evacuation. The waters off the southern coast of Africa are notorious for their unpredictability. The Agulhas Current, combined with strong winds and storms, can create massive rogue waves, walls of water up to 100 feet high, that appear without warning. These waves have been known to sink even the sturdiest ships, and the Waratah would have been particularly vulnerable if she was already unstable. A rogue wave could have struck the Waratah with devastating force, overwhelming her and dragging her to the seabed before the crew had a chance to react. This theory is supported by accounts of other ships encountering severe conditions in the area around the time of the Waratah's disappearance. While the Waratah's captain, Joshua Ilbery, was an experienced mariner, human error cannot be ruled out. Navigating the treacherous waters off South Africa requires constant vigilance, and even a small miscalculation could have had catastrophic consequences. If the Waratah strayed too close to the coastline or encountered an uncharted hazard, she could have run aground or been wrecked. Some accounts suggest that Captain Ilbery may have been overconfident in the ship's capabilities, dismissing concerns about her stability. Others point to the possibility of miscommunication or faulty equipment contributing to the disaster. While less likely, the idea of sabotage or foul play has been suggested over the years. The Waratah was carrying valuable cargo, including precious metals, which could have made her a target for piracy. However, no evidence of such an attack has ever been found, and piracy in the region was rare during this period. The Waratah's disappearance has also fueled more fantastical theories, including the idea that the ship was swallowed by a supernatural force or entered another dimension. Some have linked her fate to the legends of the Bermuda Triangle, despite the fact that she disappeared thousands of miles away. While these theories lack scientific backing, they highlight the enduring allure of maritime mysteries and the human desire to explain the unexplainable. The most straightforward explanation is that the Waratah lies at the bottom of the ocean, her wreckage undiscovered due to the challenging conditions of the search area. The Agulhas Bank is a treacherous region, with strong currents, deep canyons, and a history of it's possible that the Waratah rests in one of these canyons, hidden from view and waiting to be found. Despite extensive searches and countless theories, the fate of the Waratah remains unknown. Her disappearance is a stark reminder of the ocean's power to keep its secrets, even in an age of advanced technology. For the families of the 211 people on board, the lack of closure is a haunting legacy, a question that lingers unanswered over a century later. The Waratah didn't just vanish. It left behind a mystery that's still pulling people in over a century later. Her story isn't just about what might have happened to her. It's also about what we've learned since, how she changed the way we think about ship design, and how she's kept researchers searching the depths for answers even today. When the Waratah disappeared, it forced people to ask tough questions about ship design. Back then, engineers were pushing boundaries, building bigger, more ambitious ships that could do more than ever before. But sometimes ambition outpaces caution. The Waratah was meant to balance luxury with utility, serving as both a passenger liner and a cargo ship. That balance, however, might have been her undoing. Reports from her maiden voyage already hinted at problems. People said she listed heavily in rough seas and felt top-heavy. After she disappeared, those concerns became a case study in what not to do when designing ships. Engineers began paying much closer attention to weight distribution and stability, lessons that are still critical today. The tragedy also highlighted just how dangerous it is to cut corners or dismiss early warnings. It's one thing to hear a ship might feel a bit off in the water, but it's another to ignore that and send her back out into unpredictable seas. The Waratah's story is a harsh reminder of how quickly things can go wrong. The Waratah has earned a permanent spot in the Hall of Maritime Mysteries. She's often mentioned in the same breath as other legendary vanishings like the Mary Celeste or the Flying Dutchman. Part of what makes her story so compelling is the complete lack of evidence. No debris, no lifeboats, nothing. It's like she just evaporated. That kind of mystery captures the imagination in a way few stories can. Over the years, her disappearance has inspired countless books, documentaries, and investigations. And with each passing decade, the fascination grows. Her story isn't just about one ship, it's a reminder of how vast and unpredictable the ocean is. Even in the modern age, with all our technology, the sea can still keep its secrets. The search for the Warada hasn't stopped, and modern technology is giving researchers tools that would have been unimaginable in 1909. Today, we've got advanced sonar systems, remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, and even underwater drones that can map the ocean floor with incredible precision. These tools have already uncovered shipwrecks that were thought to be lost forever, so there's reason to hope they might eventually find the Warada too. Sonar mapping is one of the most promising methods. By scanning the seabed around the Agulhas Bank, the last known area where the Warada was seen, researchers can identify shapes and anomalies that might be a wreck. The waters off South Africa are notoriously difficult to search because of strong currents and underwater canyons, but sonar can cut through those challenges. If a promising target is found, ROVs could be sent down to investigate. These underwater robots can capture high-definition footage and even retrieve artifacts, giving researchers a clear look at what's down there. The Warada might still be sitting intact on the seabed, waiting to be found. Machine learning and AI are also changing the game. These technologies can analyze huge amounts of sonar data and pick out patterns that might indicate a shipwreck. Instead of searching blindly, researchers can focus their efforts on the most likely areas. Even with all this technology, finding the Warada is easier said than done. The Agulhas Current is one of the strongest in the world, capable of dragging wreckage miles away from where a ship originally went down. The seabed in the area is also littered with other wrecks, some dating back centuries, making it tough to distinguish one ship from another. Funding is another hurdle. Deep-sea searches don't come cheap, and without solid leads, it's hard to convince governments or private organizations to invest in such an uncertain venture. But despite these obstacles, the Warada remains a tantalizing target for researchers. What keeps people coming back to the Warada story is more than just the mystery. It's the human element. The 211 people on board weren't just passengers or crew. They were families, workers, and travelers, all with their own hopes and stories. Their disappearance is a reminder of how unforgiving the sea can be, and how little control we truly have when faced with its power. Her story also taps into something universal, our fascination with the unknown. How could a ship that large just vanish? What happened in her final moments? These questions don't just haunt maritime historians. They resonate with anyone who's ever wondered about the mysteries of the deep. And while we may not have answers yet, the search for the Warada continues. Each new piece of technology brings us a little closer to solving the puzzle. One day, we might finally uncover what happened to the Titanic of the Southern Hemisphere. Until then, the Warada remains a symbol of the ocean's enduring power to hide its secrets. Story 12. The Phantom Submarines of World War II. As the story of the Warada leaves us wondering about the vast and unpredictable ocean, it's time to turn our attention to another maritime mystery, one that emerged not from the age of luxury liners, but from the shadowy depths of World War II. This is the story of the Phantom Submarines, unseen predators that haunted coastal waters, confounded Allied forces, and to this day, leave us questioning what really happened beneath the waves. World War II wasn't just fought on battlefields and in the skies. It was waged across the vast oceans, where the stakes were just as high and the dangers just as unpredictable. From the icy waters of the North Atlantic to the tropical expanses of the Pacific, submarines played a critical role. These stealthy, silent predators lurked beneath the waves, disrupting supply chains, sinking enemy vessels, and sometimes changing the course of battles entirely. But amidst this high-stakes underwater warfare, strange accounts began to surface, literally and figuratively. Reports emerged from naval crews, merchant mariners, and military officials of submarines operating where none should have been. These weren't just rumors whispered among sailors. The sightings were documented, tracked, and in some cases engaged by Allied forces. Yet the objects responsible seemed to defy logic. The term phantom submarine began to spread, especially among crews who had experienced these mysterious encounters firsthand. These were not your typical U-boats or Japanese I-class submarines. They appeared faster, more maneuverable, and capable of disappearing without a trace. Sometimes they left radar screens inexplicably, moving at speeds that technology of the era couldn't explain. Other times, ships would engage a target, drop depth charges, and find nothing. No wreckage, no oil slick, no debris. It was as if these vessels had simply dissolved into the ocean. Adding to the unease was the global scope of these sightings. In the North Atlantic, crews patrolling the frigid waters off Iceland and Scotland reported strange sonar contacts that seemed to toy with them. In the North Sea, cargo ships were shadowed by silent, dark shapes. In the warmer waters of the Pacific, U.S. destroyers encountered underwater craft that moved so quickly they couldn't be pursued. These weren't isolated incidents, but a pattern spanning the war's theaters and timelines. For naval commanders, these reports posed a chilling question. What were these submarines? Were they experimental weapons, enemy vessels, or something else entirely? And perhaps most unsettling of all, why couldn't they be caught? One of the earliest and most unsettling encounters occurred in 1942 off the coast of Iceland. A British destroyer patrolling the area for German U-boats picked up an unusual sonar contact. The object was large, bigger than any U-boat on record, and moved with an agility that shouldn't have been possible for such a size. Thinking they had stumbled upon a new type of enemy submarine, the crew prepared for battle. Depth charges were dropped, explosions rippled through the icy waters, and then silence. When the crew scanned the surface, there was nothing. No wreckage, no oil slick, no evidence of a submarine ever being there. This wasn't an isolated incident. Around the same time, a Norwegian cargo ship reported being followed for days by an unidentified submarine in the North Sea. The crew described how the submarine appeared to surface at night, shadowing the ship at a distance, its presence almost ghostly. Attempts to radio for help were met with static interference, a tactic often used by German U-boats to block communication. But when Allied ships arrived to investigate, they found no trace of the mysterious vessel. It had disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared. In the Pacific, encounters grew even stranger. Near Guadalcanal in 1943, a U.S. destroyer picked up sonar readings of a fast-moving object beneath the waves. The crew, trained to deal with Japanese submarines, was shocked at the target's speed and evasive maneuvers. Torpedoes were fired, but the target seemed to predict every move, dodging each shot. Eventually, the contact vanished from radar altogether, leaving the destroyer's crew baffled. The pattern of these encounters was always the same, an unidentified submarine behaving in ways that defied the capabilities of any known vessel, followed by a sudden and complete disappearance. These weren't the kinds of encounters that could easily be dismissed as false alarms or overactive imaginations. Crews were trained to recognize submarines, to distinguish between natural phenomena and real threats. The precision and consistency of these reports made them hard to ignore. But not all encounters were purely technical. Some sailors described strange feelings of being watched or followed, even when no visible submarine was detected. There were accounts of eerie lights beneath the waves, glowing faintly before fading into the deep. In one instance, a ship's hydrophone operator, tasked with listening for underwater activity, reported hearing what he described as metallic whispers, faint and mechanical, echoing through the water. The source of the sound was never identified. Adding to the intrigue were the areas where these encounters occurred. The North Atlantic, for instance, was a hotspot for sightings, particularly in regions notorious for rough seas and unpredictable weather. The waters off the coast of South Africa, near the Agulhas Bank, were also home to multiple unexplained incidents, as were sections of the Pacific Ocean near Japan and the Philippines. These regions shared one common factor. They were vast, remote, and difficult to patrol effectively, making them ideal hiding places for anything or anyone seeking to avoid detection. One particularly chilling encounter occurred in 1944 near the Aleutian Islands. A Japanese cargo vessel reported being followed by an unidentified submarine for over 48 hours. The crew, unable to shake their pursuer, eventually abandoned the ship, fearing an imminent attack. But when Allied forces arrived to investigate, they found the cargo vessel drifting peacefully, untouched. The mysterious submarine was gone, leaving no sign it had ever been there. As reports piled up, so did the questions. If these submarines were experimental enemy designs, why weren't they being deployed more widely? If they weren't enemy vessels, what were they? And perhaps most unsettling, how could something so large and advanced disappear without a trace again and again? Even after the war ended, the mystery didn't fade. Declassified naval records revealed even more encounters, some of which had been kept secret to avoid causing panic or revealing weaknesses in naval defense systems. But these records offered no answers, only more tantalizing pieces of the puzzle. The phantom submarines remained just that, phantoms, slipping through the cracks of history and logic. The reports of phantom submarines during World War II have baffled naval historians and enthusiasts for decades. Unlike traditional wartime mysteries that often point to a singular cause, the phantom submarine phenomenon is so varied and strange that it has spawned a range of theories, some grounded in fact, others veering into the fantastical. One of the most widely accepted theories is that these phantom submarines were experimental enemy designs, part of a secret arms race that pushed the boundaries of technology. Germany and Japan in particular were known to be working on advanced submarine prototypes. The German Type 21 U-boat, for instance, was a revolutionary design with superior speed and underwater endurance, capable of operating longer without surfacing. This electric boat was considered years ahead of its time and is often cited as the blueprint for modern submarines. Similarly, Japan's 5-400 class submarines were marvels of engineering. These were the largest submarines built during World War II and were designed to carry and launch aircraft, a concept unheard of at the time. Could some of these advanced submarines have been deployed secretly during the war, operating in waters where they weren't expected? It's possible, but even these cutting-edge designs had limitations. They couldn't match the speeds or evasive maneuvers reported in many encounters, leaving this theory with unanswered questions. Another plausible theory is that these submarines belonged to neutral nations or rogue operators conducting covert missions. Sweden, for instance, maintained a fleet of submarines during the war, and its position in the Baltic Sea made it a key player in intelligence gathering. Some speculate that neutral countries may have been quietly operating submarines in contested waters, either for espionage or to protect their own interests. However, this theory also raises questions. Neutral nations would have been wary of being caught operating in wartime zones, as it could have jeopardized their neutrality. Furthermore, there's little evidence to suggest that any neutral or rogue submarines were capable of the feats described in these encounters. Skeptics argue that many of these sightings could be explained by misidentifications. Wartime conditions, stress, fatigue, poor visibility could have caused sailors to mistake natural phenomena for enemy submarines. Large schools of fish, underwater volcanic activity, or even drifting debris might have been misinterpreted as a submarine's movements. The technology of the time also had its limitations. Sonar and radar systems were relatively primitive by today's standards, prone to false positives and glitches. Some sonar operators might have picked up reflections from underwater terrain or biological noise, mistaking them for enemy vessels. This theory makes sense for some incidents, but falls short of explaining the more detailed and consistent accounts. The precise descriptions of evasive maneuvers, jamming signals, and other sophisticated behaviors are hard to dismiss as mere errors or illusions. Then there are the theories that venture into the unknown. Some researchers have suggested that these submarines may have been part of secret projects so advanced they remain classified even today. Could governments have developed technology during World War II that was decades ahead of its time, only to keep it hidden after the war? It's not impossible. Many Cold War innovations had their roots in experimental wartime projects, and it's conceivable that some designs were abandoned or deemed too risky to reveal. Others take this theory even further, speculating that the Phantom submarines weren't human creations at all. The idea of unidentified submerged objects, USOs, essentially UFOs underwater, has gained traction in recent years. Proponents argue that the speed, agility, and elusiveness of these vessels could point to technology beyond human capabilities. While this theory is far from mainstream, it underscores the sheer mystery surrounding these encounters. Another intriguing possibility is that some of these reports were part of deliberate disinformation campaigns. During World War II, psychological warfare played a significant role, and spreading rumors of advanced enemy technology could have sown fear and confusion among Allied forces. It's possible that some reports were exaggerated or fabricated to serve this purpose. However, this theory doesn't account for the widespread nature of the sightings or the consistency of the descriptions. The Phantom submarines of World War II have left a lasting impression, not just on naval history, but on our understanding of the ocean as a vast, mysterious frontier. These encounters remind us of how little we truly know about the depths and what might be lurking there. Despite decades of technological advancements, the ocean still holds secrets that defy explanation. The reports of Phantom submarines had a significant impact during the war, influencing naval strategies and policies. The fear of unknown or superior technology forced navies to adapt, investing heavily in sonar research, anti-submarine tactics, and countermeasures. These advancements laid the groundwork for modern underwater warfare and the technologies we rely on today. The mystery also underscored the challenges of ocean surveillance. Even with today's advanced sonar systems and satellite tracking, vast stretches of the ocean remain virtually unmonitored. The idea that something or someone could operate undetected in these waters isn't just plausible, it's probable. In recent years, renewed interest in World War II mysteries has prompted researchers to revisit the Phantom submarine phenomenon. Declassified military records combined with advances in sonar and underwater exploration have provided new insights into some incidents, yet many remain unsolved. Could the Phantom submarines have been prototypes that sank or were decommissioned before their secrets could be revealed? Could they still rest on the ocean floor, waiting to be discovered? These questions continue to drive searches and investigations, keeping the mystery alive. What makes the story of the Phantom submarines so compelling is its universality. It's not just about war or technology. It's about the human fascination with the unknown. These submarines represent more than a wartime enigma. They're symbols of the ocean's enduring power to keep its secrets. From sailors who glimpsed shadows beneath the waves to modern researchers scanning the seabed, the allure of these mysteries remains as strong as ever. And as long as the ocean continues to conceal its depths, the story of the Phantom submarines will remain a haunting reminder of what we've yet to uncover. Story 13. The Eerie Mystery of the Cas-2. As the story of the Phantom submarines fades into the depths of maritime legend, we turn to a mystery that feels eerily closer to home. A story of an abandoned vessel left adrift on calm waters with no sign of its crew. This isn't a tale of wartime shadows or technological enigmas. Instead, it's a modern-day ghost ship that raises questions as haunting as they are unanswered. This is the story of the Kaz-2, a 9.8-meter catamaran found eerily deserted in the pristine waters of the Great Barrier Reef in 2007. Often called Australia's Mary Celeste, the Kaz-2 has baffled investigators and armchair sleuths alike. How could an experienced crew vanish from a stable, well-equipped boat under perfect sailing conditions? What happened to the 3 men aboard? Let's dive into the mystery of the Kaz-2 and the strange circumstances surrounding its disappearance. The Kaz-2 wasn't a ship meant for global headlines. It was a modest but capable 9.8-meter catamaran, the kind you'd expect to see cutting quietly across the turquoise waters of the Australian coast. Built for comfort and ease of use, it was perfect for leisure sailing and long coastal journeys. Owned by 56-year-old Derek Batten, the boat was his pride and joy, a vessel meant to explore Australia's stunning coastline, not to vanish into one of its greatest maritime mysteries. In April 2007, Derek set out on what should have been the adventure of a lifetime. Joining him were his 2 close friends, brothers Peter and James Tunstead. Derek was an experienced sailor, having spent years navigating Australia's waters. The Tunstead brothers, though less seasoned, were no strangers to the sea. Together, the trio planned to sail the Kaz-2 from Shute Harbour in Queensland to Perth on the west coast, a journey that would take them through some of the most beautiful and sometimes challenging waters in the world. The plan was simple: follow the coastline, stop at ports along the way, and enjoy the sights. The journey wasn't meant to be rushed. It was more about the experience, the camaraderie, and the beauty of the open sea. For Derek, Peter, and James, this was a chance to unwind, to bond, and to take in the breathtaking sights of the Great Barrier Reef and beyond. They stocked the boat with provisions, checked their gear, and ensured the Kaz-2 was seaworthy for the long trip ahead. April 15, 2007, dawned bright and clear. Under a sunny sky, the Kaz-2 left Shute Harbour, its sails full and its crew relaxed and smiling. Local witnesses saw the 3 men on deck waving as they passed by. The sea was calm, the weather forecast was favorable, and spirits were high. For those on shore, it was just another peaceful day in paradise. But the sea, as it so often does, can turn paradise into something else entirely. By the time the Kaz-2 disappeared into the horizon, it had unknowingly set sail on a journey that would baffle investigators, haunt maritime historians, and leave a trail of unanswered questions. 3 days later, on April 18, 2007, a helicopter pilot flying over the Great Barrier Reef spotted the Kaz-2. At first glance, it seemed to be sailing as expected, its white sails visible against the blue of the ocean. But as the pilot watched, something seemed off. The boat wasn't moving in a straight line. Instead, it was drifting aimlessly, its sails flapping loose in the wind. The sighting was reported, and maritime authorities quickly dispatched a rescue crew to investigate. When they boarded the Kaz-2, they were met with a scene that was as eerie as it was puzzling. The boat was completely intact, with no signs of damage or distress. The engine was running, humming softly as if the crew had just stepped away. The onboard GPS and radio systems were functional, but the boat's most important feature, its crew, was missing. Inside, the cabin looked as though it had been frozen in time. A half-empty cup of coffee sat on the table, next to a pile of neatly folded clothes. A laptop was open, its screen glowing faintly. The ship's logbook contained recent entries, the last one recorded just hours before the Kaz-2 was found. In the kitchen, utensils and provisions were neatly stored, untouched. A fishing line trailed off the back of the boat, still attached to a lure glinting in the sunlight. Yet, despite this unsettling normalcy, there were a few small clues that hinted at trouble. One of the sails was torn, flapping unevenly in the breeze. A life ring was missing, though the life jackets were still on board. But beyond that, there was nothing to suggest what might have happened to Derek, Peter, and James. No bloodstains, no signs of a struggle. No damage to the boat that would indicate a collision or capsizing. It was as if the men had simply vanished into thin air. To the rescue crew, the scene was profoundly unsettling. The Kaz-2 wasn't a derelict, it was a fully operational vessel, floating peacefully in calm waters with all its systems intact. The absence of the crew only deepened the mystery. Why had they left the boat? Where had they gone? And why hadn't they used the distress signals or emergency equipment? On board, authorities immediately launched a search and rescue operation, combing the waters around the Kaz-2 for any signs of the missing men. Planes, helicopters, and boats scoured the area, covering hundreds of square miles. But the ocean is vast, and the Great Barrier Reef, with its labyrinth of coral reefs and channels, is one of the most complex and challenging regions to search. Days turned into weeks, and the search yielded nothing. No bodies, no wreckage, no answers. The discovery of the Kaz-2 and the absence of its crew sent shockwaves through Australia. Media outlets quickly dubbed it Australia's Mary Celeste, drawing comparisons to the infamous 19th-century ghost ship found adrift in the Atlantic. The similarities were striking. Both vessels were found fully intact, with no sign of their crew, and both left behind a trail of unanswered questions that continue to perplex investigators to this day. For the families of Derek, Peter, and James, the discovery of the Kaz-2 offered no closure. Instead, it marked the beginning of a long, agonizing wait for answers that have yet to come. How could 3 experienced sailors disappear from a stable, seaworthy boat under calm conditions? What happened in those 3 days between their departure and the boat's discovery? And perhaps most hauntingly, why did they leave the boat at all? The mystery of the Kaz-2 deepened as investigators delved into the details. The absence of clear evidence meant that every piece of information, or lack thereof, became crucial to understanding what might have happened. But rather than narrowing down the possibilities, each new clue seemed to open more questions. Authorities examined the GPS logs from the boat, hoping to reconstruct the events leading up to the crew's disappearance. The logs showed that the Kaz-2 had been traveling normally until April 16th, the day after it left Chute Harbor. On that day, the boat's movements became erratic. Instead of following a straight course, it appeared to drift aimlessly, sometimes circling back on itself. This pattern continued until its discovery on April 18th. One of the most perplexing clues was the fishing line trailing off the back of the boat. It suggested that at least one of the men had been fishing before they disappeared. Could someone have fallen overboard while trying to reel in a catch? If so, why didn't the others throw a life ring or use the emergency equipment to save him? And why were the life jackets left untouched? The state of the boat itself offered few answers. The torn sail hinted at rough weather or a sudden squall, but weather reports for the area showed calm seas and mild conditions during the time frame of the disappearance. The running engine and the neatly maintained cabin indicated that whatever had happened was sudden and unexpected. There was no sign that the men had prepared to abandon ship, which made their absence all the more baffling. The possibility of foul play was also considered. Could the crew have been intercepted by another vessel? Piracy, though rare in Australian waters, wasn't entirely out of the question. However, the boat showed no signs of a struggle and no valuables were missing. The idea of an external threat seemed unlikely, but couldn't be completely ruled out. Then there was the unsettling idea of a freak accident. The Kaz-2's location near the Great Barrier Reef raised the possibility that the crew might have been swept overboard by a rogue wave or sudden gust of wind. The torn sail could support this theory, suggesting that the boat encountered more forceful conditions than initially reported. But again, Why didn't the men use the life jackets or activate a distress signal? The most chilling theory, however, was that all three men might have fallen victim to a sequence of small, unrelated events that spiraled into disaster. Perhaps one man fell overboard while fishing and the others, in their attempts to save him, were also lost. This chain of events would explain the eerie normalcy of the scene on board: the running engine, the neatly folded clothes, the open laptop. It wasn't the result of a single catastrophic event, but a slow unraveling that left the boat adrift and its crew gone. Despite extensive investigations, no definitive answers have ever been found. The ocean, vast and unforgiving, keeps its secrets well. The CS2 remains a haunting reminder of how even the most experienced sailors can vanish without a trace, leaving behind only questions. The CS2 has earned its place in maritime lore, often compared to the infamous Mary Celeste. Both stories share a haunting similarity. Fully intact vessels found adrift, their crews mysteriously absent. But while the Mary Celeste was a 19th-century enigma, the CS2 is a modern mystery unfolding in an age of advanced technology and communication. The fact that such a disappearance could happen in 2007, under calm conditions and with a well-equipped boat, makes it all the more unsettling. For the families of Derek, Peter, and James, the CS2 is a symbol of grief and unanswered questions. The boat itself, now forever linked to their memory, serves as a stark reminder of how quickly the sea can turn from beautiful to deadly. Despite exhaustive searches and investigations, no trace of the men has ever been found. For their loved ones, the lack of closure is a wound that time can't heal. The CS2 has also become a cautionary tale for sailors and adventurers. It underscores the importance of preparation, vigilance, and understanding the unpredictable nature of the ocean. Even the most experienced sailors, equipped with the best technology, are not immune to the dangers of the sea. The boat's condition, pristine and functional, yet eerily empty, highlights the thin line between safety and disaster. In the years since its discovery, the CS2 has captured the public's imagination. Documentaries, books, and articles have explored its mystery, offering theories and speculation, but no concrete answers. The story continues to intrigue maritime historians and mystery enthusiasts alike, a modern ghost ship adrift in the annals of nautical history. In an era of satellite tracking and advanced underwater exploration, one might wonder if modern technology could one day solve the mystery of the CS2. While the boat itself has been thoroughly examined, the vast waters surrounding the Great Barrier Reef remain largely uncharted. Advances in sonar mapping and autonomous underwater vehicles, AUVs, might provide new insights into the area, revealing clues that have remained hidden for over a decade. Additionally, modern data analysis techniques could be applied to the GPS logs and weather data from the time of the disappearance, creating a more detailed picture of the events leading up to April 18, 2007. Perhaps these tools could uncover a pattern or anomaly that has been overlooked. But even with these advancements, the ocean remains a formidable and mysterious place. The CS2 and its missing crew serve as a stark reminder that some mysteries may never be fully solved. The sea, vast and unknowable, guards its secrets with an unyielding grip. As the story of the CS2 fades into the vastness of maritime lore, we steer our journey to a tale that blends history, adventure, and the allure of unimaginable wealth. It's the story of one of the most famous treasure ships in history, a vessel so laden with gold and riches that its loss still echoes across the centuries. Unlike ghost ships that vanish mysteriously, this ship's fate is known, yet it has never been found. Its name? Fleur de la Mar. The Fleur de la Mar was more than just a ship. It was a symbol of the age of exploration, a floating vault carrying the spoils of conquest, and a key piece of Portugal's maritime empire. When it sank off the coast of Sumatra in 1511, It took with it one of the largest treasures ever amassed. A treasure so vast that treasure hunters still pursue it to this day. What happened to the Fleur de la Mar? And why has its treasure remained hidden for over 500 years? Let's set the scene for one of the most legendary shipwrecks of all time. To understand the story of the Fleur de la Mar, you have to step back into an era where the seas were the highways of empires. The early 16th century was the golden age of exploration. It was a time when nations like Spain and Portugal raced to map uncharted territories, claim distant lands, and establish lucrative trade routes. The oceans weren't just barriers, they were opportunities, offering riches beyond imagination for those daring enough to navigate their dangers. Portugal was at the forefront of this maritime revolution. With its advanced shipbuilding techniques, skilled navigators, and royal backing, it had carved out an impressive empire stretching from Europe to India, Southeast Asia, and Africa. The country's explorers brought back spices, silks, and precious metals, commodities that would fuel Europe's economy for centuries to come. At the heart of this empire was a fleet of ships designed for long voyages and heavy cargo. Among them was the Fleur de la Mar, a massive Portuguese carrack built in 1502. At over 400 tons, she was a marvel of her time, a testament to the ingenuity and ambition of Portuguese shipbuilders. Her size made her ideal for transporting large quantities of goods, but it also made her difficult to maneuver. The ship was notorious for being top-heavy, prone to instability in rough seas. Despite this flaw, she was a workhorse of the Portuguese Empire, ferrying valuable cargo between the colonies and the homeland. The Fleur de la Mar wasn't just a trading vessel. It was a symbol of Portugal's dominance on the seas. Her voyages were more than commercial endeavors. They were political statements, showcasing the empire's ability to conquer distant lands and control global trade. By 1511, the ship had already served for nearly a decade, a seasoned veteran of the high seas. That year, the ship was assigned to a mission of unparalleled importance. Portugal's forces, led by the formidable Afonso de Albuquerque, had captured the Sultanate of Malacca, a thriving trade hub and a key link in the spice trade. The victory was a major coup, solidifying Portugal's control over Southeast Asia and opening up new routes for its merchants. As part of the spoils of conquest, the Fleur de la Mar was loaded with an extraordinary treasure, gold, jewels, and priceless artifacts taken from Malacca's rulers. The value of this cargo was staggering, even by today's standards. It wasn't just wealth, it was a demonstration of Portugal's newfound power and influence. The treasure was meant to be delivered to King Manuel I in Lisbon, a gift that would cement his authority and celebrate the empire's achievements. For Albuquerque, this mission was more than just a voyage. It was a chance to secure his legacy. But as the Fleur de la Mar set sail, the vast and unpredictable ocean had other plans. When the Fleur de la Mar departed from Malacca in November 1511, her mission was clear: carry the spoils of conquest back to Portugal. The ship was heavily laden with treasure, more than she had ever carried before. Gold, silver, pearls, and jewels filled her cargo hold, while priceless artifacts from Malacca's royal court were carefully stowed. It was a fortune so immense that it could have funded armies, built palaces, or even reshaped the balance of power in Europe. But the ship wasn't just carrying treasure. On board were Afonso de Albuquerque and a small contingent of his men, exhausted but triumphant from their campaign in Southeast Asia. For Albuquerque, the Fleur de la Mar represented not just a return home, but a culmination of his achievements. As the ship sailed into the Strait of Malacca, he likely believed he was nearing the end of a successful chapter in his career. The Strait of Malacca, however, is one of the most perilous waterways in the world. Even today, its treacherous currents, shifting sandbanks, and sudden storms make it a challenge for sailors. In the 16th century, navigating the strait was an even greater ordeal. especially for a ship as cumbersome as the Fleur de la Mar. Her size, while advantageous for carrying cargo, made her difficult to handle in tight or shallow waters. The first few days of the voyage were uneventful. The weather was calm and the ship moved steadily through the strait. But as the Fleur de la Mar approached the coast of Sumatra, the conditions began to change. A storm rolled in, bringing strong winds and heavy rain. For Albuquerque and his crew, this was a familiar challenge. They had faced storms before and had always emerged unscathed. But this time, the combination of the ship's overloaded cargo and the unpredictable seas created a perfect storm of disaster. As the wind howled and the waves grew larger, the Fleur de la Mar struggled to maintain her course. The crew worked desperately to keep the ship steady, adjusting the sails and trying to steer clear of hazards. But the storm's force was too great. The ship was pushed off course, her massive hull vulnerable to the shifting currents of the strait. Late on the night of November 20th, disaster struck. The Fleur de la Mar hit a reef, her hull splintering on the jagged rocks. Water poured into the ship, flooding her cargo hold and threatening to pull her under. The crew scrambled to save what they could, but the situation was hopeless. The ship was sinking, and the treasure that had been so carefully loaded onto her was now at the mercy of the sea. Albuquerque and a handful of survivors managed to escape on a lifeboat, navigating through the storm to reach the coast of Sumatra. But for most of the crew, and for the treasure, the Fleur de la Mar was a watery grave. As the storm subsided and the first light of dawn illuminated the strait, the ship was gone, swallowed by the ocean. The sinking of the Fleur de la Mar was a devastating loss for Portugal. The treasure she carried would never reach Lisbon, and her wreck became one of the most sought-after prizes in maritime history. But the exact location of the ship was never confirmed, and despite centuries of searching, the Fleur de la Mar remains undiscovered to this day. The final voyage of the Fleur de la Mar is a story of ambition and hubris, a reminder of how even the most powerful empires can be humbled by the forces of nature. But it's also a story of mystery, one that continues to capture the imagination of treasure hunters, historians, and adventurers. What happened to the treasure, and could it still be out there waiting to be found? The loss of the Fleur de la Mar and its legendary cargo has sparked centuries of theories and speculation. The ship sank in 1511, but what happened to its treasure remains a tantalizing mystery. Despite numerous attempts to locate the wreck, the riches it carried have never been recovered. Historians, treasure hunters, and maritime experts have all tried to unravel the puzzle, offering a range of theories that reflect the allure and complexity of this centuries-old enigma. One of the most prominent theories is that the treasure still lies in the Strait of Malacca, buried beneath layers of silt and sand. The strait is known for its shifting seabed, powerful currents, and treacherous conditions, making it one of the most challenging places on Earth to conduct underwater searches. Some researchers believe that the Fleur de la Mar was torn apart as it sank, scattering its cargo across the seabed. Over time, these riches could have been buried by sediment or carried away by the relentless currents. This theory explains why no definitive trace of the ship or its treasure has ever been found, despite extensive searches. Another theory suggests that parts of the treasure may have been salvaged in the years following the wreck. Local fishermen and divers who were familiar with the waters of the Strait of Malacca may have discovered pieces of the cargo and quietly removed them. If this happened, it's possible that some of the treasure ended up in private collections or was sold off piece by piece, disappearing into the shadowy world of illicit antiquities trading. This would make tracing the treasure virtually impossible, as there would be no official record of its recovery or sale. There are also theories that point to the involvement of Portuguese authorities or rival colonial powers. The Fleur de la Mar sank during a period of intense competition among European empires, and some speculate that the treasure may have been recovered secretly and used to fund political or military ambitions. While there is no concrete evidence to support this idea, it's a possibility that adds another layer of intrigue to the story. Modern treasure hunters have brought new technology and techniques to the search for the Fleur de la Mar. Advances in sonar mapping, underwater robotics, and satellite imaging have made it possible to explore areas of the ocean that were once inaccessible. Some expeditions have claimed to be close to finding the wreck, citing anomalies on the seabed that could be remnants of the ship. However, the conditions in the Strait of Malacca, poor visibility, strong currents, and the sheer volume of shipwrecks in the area have made these searches extraordinarily difficult. Then there are the more fantastical theories. Some believe that the Fleur de la Mar is cursed, protected by supernatural forces that ensure its treasure will never be found. This idea, while lacking any scientific basis, has captured the imagination of many and highlights the almost mythical status of the ship and its cargo. The story of the Fleur de la Mar is more than just a tale of lost gold. It represents a pivotal moment in the age of exploration, a time when European empires were expanding their reach across the globe and competing for dominance on the high seas. The ship's loss was a significant setback for Portugal, but it also served as a reminder of the risks and challenges that came with maritime conquest. For treasure hunters, the Fleur de la Mar is the ultimate prize. Its cargo is believed to be one of the largest treasures ever lost at sea, and its recovery would be a monumental achievement. The search for the ship has inspired countless expeditions, from professional salvage operations to amateur treasure hunts. Each new effort brings the hope of finally solving the mystery, even as the ocean continues to guard its secrets. The Fleur de la Mar has also left a lasting impact on maritime archaeology and the study of shipwrecks. The search for the ship has pushed the boundaries of technology and exploration, leading to new discoveries about the ocean floor and the history of seafaring. While the ship itself remains elusive, the efforts to find it have contributed to our understanding of the past and the techniques needed to study it. Culturally, the story of the Fleur de la Mar has become a symbol of human ambition and the allure of the unknown. It's a reminder of how the ocean, vast and unpredictable, can challenge even the most advanced ships and seasoned sailors. The ship's legacy is one of both triumph and tragedy, a testament to the heights of human achievement and the humbling power of nature. In recent years, the legend of the Fleur de la Mar has inspired books, documentaries, and films, bringing its story to new audiences. The idea of a lost treasure waiting to be discovered continues to captivate the imagination. Whether or not the ship and its cargo are ever found, the Fleur de la Mar will remain one of the most enduring mysteries of the sea. The advent of modern technology has renewed hope that the Fleur de la Mar might one day be found. Tools like side-scan sonar, submersible drones, and magnetometers have revolutionized underwater exploration, making it possible to map and search the ocean floor with unprecedented accuracy. These advancements have already led to the discovery of other long-lost shipwrecks, raising the possibility that the Fleur de la Mar could be next. However, the search remains daunting. The Strait of Malacca is one of the busiest shipping lanes in the world, and its waters are filled with debris and wrecks from centuries of maritime activity. Distinguishing the Fleur de la Mar from other wrecks is a painstaking process requiring careful analysis and verification. There's also the question of who would have the right to claim the treasure if it were found. The wreck lies in a politically sensitive region, and multiple countries could potentially lay claim to the ship and its cargo. These legal and logistical challenges add another layer of complexity to an already difficult search. Yet despite these obstacles, the allure of the Fleur de la Mar remains as strong as ever. The ship's story continues to inspire adventurers, historians, and dreamers, a reminder that some mysteries are worth pursuing, even if they may never be solved. The Fleur de la Mar is more than just a shipwreck. It's a legend, a a symbol of humanity's drive to explore, conquer, and uncover the unknown. Story 15. The Mystery of the Devil's Sea. As we leave behind the tale of the Fleur de la Mar and its treasure lost to the shifting sands of history, we shift our focus to another maritime enigma. This time, it's not a single ship or a legendary treasure. It's an entire region of the ocean that has baffled sailors, scientists, and historians for centuries. Known by many names, the Dragon's Triangle, Manoumi in Japanese, or more commonly, the Devil's Sea. It's a place shrouded in mystery, danger, and legend. Located in the Pacific Ocean, near Japan's southeastern coast, the Devil's Sea is often compared to the infamous Bermuda Triangle. But where the Bermuda Triangle carries tales of vanishing ships and planes in the Atlantic, the Devil's Sea has its own chilling history. It's a region where ships disappear without a trace, compasses go haywire, and strange phenomena defy explanation. Is it a natural hotspot for seismic activity, a zone of magnetic anomalies, or something far more mysterious? As we explore the history of the Devil's Sea, we'll uncover stories that seem too strange to be true, yet are rooted in real events. Let's dive into one of the ocean's most haunting mysteries. The Devil's Sea, often referred to as the Dragon's Triangle or Manoumi in Japanese, lies in the Pacific Ocean, just south of Tokyo and stretching toward the northern reaches of the Philippine Sea. At first glance, it might seem like an ordinary stretch of water, a busy maritime route surrounded by lush islands and bordered by one of the world's most bustling nations. But beneath its surface lies a reputation that has haunted sailors, fishermen, and explorers for centuries. In Japanese folklore, this region was long considered a place of otherworldly danger. Ancient legends told of enormous dragons rising from the depths to devour ships and their crews, leaving behind only swirling waves and eerie silence. Fishermen shared chilling tales of boats that ventured into the area, never to return. Maps from the early days of Japanese seafaring often marked this region with ominous symbols, a visual warning to stay away. These stories, while steeped in mythology, served a practical purpose, highlighting the very real dangers of navigating this volatile stretch of ocean. But the Devil's Sea wasn't just feared by ancient mariners. In the modern era, it earned comparisons to the infamous Bermuda Triangle. Like its Atlantic counterpart, the Devil's Sea became infamous for the strange and unexplained disappearances of ships, planes, and their crews. And while the Bermuda Triangle captures more attention in the West, the Devil's Sea has an even deeper historical significance in Japan and neighboring countries. The area's dangers are partly due to its location. The Devil's Sea sits along the Pacific Ring of Fire, a geologically active zone where tectonic plates collide, leading to frequent earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. The waters are unpredictable, with sudden storms, rogue waves, and strong currents making navigation treacherous, even for modern vessels. But what sets the Devil's Sea apart is its reputation for strange, almost supernatural phenomena. Ships have reported compasses spinning wildly, lights appearing over the water, and eerie silences that seem to defy the usual sounds of the sea. These accounts have fueled speculation and fascination for generations. By the mid-20th century, the Devil's Sea had become a subject of international intrigue. Its infamy reached a peak in the 1950s, when a series of disappearances brought the region into the global spotlight. Among these was the mysterious loss of the Ko Maru number 5, a Japanese research vessel sent to investigate the very phenomena that had made the area so notorious. This incident, combined with the region's already ominous reputation, cemented the Devil's Sea as one of the world's most mysterious and dangerous places. In 1952, the Japanese government decided to confront the mysteries of the Devil's Sea head-on. At the time, the region's reputation for strange disappearances was causing widespread concern among fishermen, shipping companies, and even the military. Some vessels had vanished without a trace, while others reported bizarre occurrences like sudden equipment failures or glowing lights hovering above the water. To address these concerns and separate fact from fiction, the government launched an official expedition into the heart of the Devil's Sea. The Ko Maru No. 5 was chosen for the mission. A state-of-the-art research vessel, it was equipped with advanced instruments for studying seismic activity, magnetic anomalies, and underwater currents. The ship's crew included seasoned sailors and a team of scientists, all tasked with uncovering the truth about the region's strange phenomena. For Japan, this was more than just a scientific endeavor. It was a chance to reclaim a vital maritime route and restore confidence in the safety of its waters. The mission began with high hopes. The Ko Maru No. 5 departed from Japan and headed south, its crew eager to collect data and solve the riddle of the Devil's Sea. For the first few days, everything seemed routine. The ship reported back regularly, detailing their progress and observations. But as the vessel ventured deeper into the region, things took a darker turn. On September 24, 1952, all contact with the Ko Maru No. 5 was lost. Attempts to reach the ship by radio were met with silence. Initially, there was hope that the ship's communication equipment had simply malfunctioned, a common issue in the Devil's Sea, where magnetic anomalies were known to interfere with navigation and radio signals. But as hours turned into days, it became clear that something far more serious had occurred. A massive search effort was launched. Japanese naval and air forces scoured the region, searching for any sign of the Ko Maru No. 5 or its crew. The operation was one of the largest of its kind, involving ships, planes, and hundreds of personnel. Eventually, searchers discovered fragments of wreckage floating in the water, confirming that the ship had met with disaster. But the exact circumstances of its loss and the fate of its crew remained a mystery. No bodies were recovered, and the bulk of the ship's remains were never found. The disappearance of the Ko Maru No. 5 was a devastating blow, not just for the families of the lost crew, but for the entire nation. It reinforced the idea that the Devil's Sea was a place where the normal rules of navigation and survival did not apply. Theories about what had happened to the ship ranged from plausible to extraordinary. Some suggested it had been caught in a volcanic eruption or a sudden undersea earthquake, both of which are common in the region. Others believed it had fallen victim to a rogue wave, a towering wall of water that could easily sink even the sturdiest vessel. But then there were the more unusual explanations. Some speculated that the Ko Maru No. 5 had encountered something truly otherworldly, perhaps a UFO or an unknown sea creature. These theories, while lacking evidence, gained traction among those who believed the Devil's Sea was a place of supernatural power. For the Japanese government, the loss of the Ko Maru No. 5 marked the end of their official investigation into the Devil's Sea. The region was declared a danger zone and maritime activity in the area was severely restricted. One of the earliest and most legendary disappearances in the Devil's Sea dates back to the 13th century. During his ambitious attempts to invade Japan, Kublai Khan, the Mongol emperor and grandson of Genghis Khan, assembled a massive fleet of ships. In 1274 and again in 1281, he launched invasions, each involving thousands of ships and tens of thousands of soldiers. The second invasion was particularly immense, with an estimated 4,000 ships crossing the sea toward Japan. But both invasions ended in catastrophe. According to historical accounts, the fleets were struck by powerful typhoons as they crossed the waters near what is now known as the Devil's Sea. The storms destroyed much of Kublai Khan's armada, sinking countless ships and drowning thousands of soldiers. The Japanese referred to these storms as kamikaze or divine wind, believing they were a sign of divine intervention protecting their homeland. While historians agree that typhoons were likely responsible for the fleet's destruction, some researchers argue that the Devil's Sea may have played a role. The area's volatile weather patterns, strong currents, and seismic activity could have contributed to the disaster. The loss of Kublai Khan's fleet remains one of the most dramatic maritime tragedies in history and is often cited as an early example of the Devil's Sea's deadly reputation. In the mid-20th century, as Japan industrialized and its fishing industry expanded, the Devil's Sea became a critical fishing ground. But with the increased activity came a disturbing pattern. Fishing boats began to vanish. Between 1949 and 1953, at least 9 Japanese fishing vessels disappeared in the region, leaving no trace of wreckage or survivors. These disappearances alarmed the public and drew the attention of the Japanese government, eventually leading to the ill-fated Kayamaru number. Pieta Expeditus. The fishing boats were small and vulnerable to the area's extreme conditions, but the sheer number of vanishings over such a short period raised questions. Were they simply victims of the sea's natural hazards, or was something more sinister at play? Fishermen who survived close calls in the region reported strange phenomena, including sudden changes in weather, glowing lights in the sky, and compasses spinning erratically. These accounts added to the growing mystique of the Devil's Sea and reinforced the belief that it was a place where normal rules did not apply. During World War II, the Pacific Ocean was a theater of intense naval activity, and the Devil's Sea was no exception. Amid the chaos of war, several Japanese and Allied ships reportedly vanished in the region under mysterious circumstances. While many of these losses can be attributed to wartime combat, some accounts defy conventional explanation. Japanese naval records include reports of warships encountering strange magnetic anomalies in the Devil's Sea, causing their navigation equipment to malfunction. One ship allegedly became so disoriented that it returned to its starting point after sailing in circles for days. In another instance, an Allied aircraft carrier passing through the area reportedly picked up an unidentified signal, only for the source of the signal to vanish without a trace. These incidents, though difficult to verify, add to the lore of the Devil's Sea. They suggest that even the advanced technology of the wartime era was no match for the region's unpredictable and potentially supernatural forces. Another mysterious disappearance tied to the Devil's Sea involves the Shinyamaru, a Japanese cargo ship that vanished in the early 20th century. According to reports, the Shinyamaru was traveling through the region when it disappeared, without sending a distress signal. No wreckage was ever found, and no survivors emerged to tell the tale. What makes the Shinyamaru particularly intriguing is that it was reportedly carrying a shipment of rare and valuable artifacts, sparking speculation that its disappearance may have involved foul play. Some theorists believe the ship was targeted by pirates or smugglers, while others suggest it may have been caught in a freak storm or a rogue wave. Whatever the cause, the Shinyamaru remains one of the many ships to have vanished in the Devil's Sea, leaving behind only questions. While most of the Devil's Sea's legends involve ships, there have also been reports of aircraft disappearing over the region. Pilots have described sudden turbulence, strange lights, and radio interference while flying the area. In some cases, planes have vanished entirely, with no wreckage or survivors ever found. One notable case occurred in the 1940s, when a Japanese reconnaissance plane reportedly disappeared during a routine flight over the Devil's Sea. The plane's last transmission was garbled and incoherent, suggesting that its crew may have encountered something unusual. Despite extensive searches, no trace of the plane was ever discovered. The Devil's Sea's history of disappearances has left an indelible mark on maritime and aviation history. While modern science offers plausible explanations for many of these incidents, ranging from extreme weather to underwater volcanic activity, the region's reputation as a place of danger and mystery endures. The loss of ships like the Kayamaru No. 5, the disappearance of fishing boats, and the tales of strange phenomena remind us of the ocean's vast and unpredictable nature. Whether the Devil's Sea's secrets are rooted in science, folklore, or something beyond our understanding, it remains a place that captures the imagination and stirs a sense of wonder. Story 16. The mystery of the Ningen. The ocean is vast. And despite all the myths and mysteries we've explored, there are still places where the unknown lingers just beneath the surface. From the strange vanishings of the Devil's Sea, we now turn to something even more elusive. Something that isn't just a place, but a presence. A creature so strange that those who claim to have seen it are left questioning their own eyes. It's pale, massive, and eerily human-like. But it's not human. It moves silently beneath the waves, only surfacing in the dead of night or in the freezing waters of the Antarctic. It's been spotted by whaling crews, whispered about by researchers, and buried in classified reports. Some say it's an undiscovered species. Others say it's something we were never meant to see. This is the mystery of the Ningen, a deep-sea enigma that might just be more than a legend. The Southern Ocean is one of the most inhospitable places on Earth. It's a frozen abyss, where temperatures drop so low that exposed skin freezes in minutes. Towering icebergs drift endlessly, their jagged forms concealing what lies beneath. There are no permanent settlements here, no cities, just research stations, military outposts, and the occasional whaling vessel braving the bitter cold. It's in these waters that the first sightings of the Ningen were reported. According to accounts, Japanese whaling crews patrolling the Antarctic began encountering something impossible. At first they thought it was just another iceberg, one of many floating in the distance. But as they got closer, they realized it was moving, not drifting. Swimming. The thing was enormous, some say over 100 feet long. But it wasn't a whale and it wasn't a fish. It was something else. A pale, human-like shape, gliding just below the surface. Some reports describe long, limb-like appendages reaching out of the water. Others claim they saw what looked like a then. Just as quickly as it appeared, it was gone, slipping back into the deep, as if it had never been there at all. But those who saw it knew better. And when these stories made their way back to Japan, the legend of the Ningen began to spread. Unlike most sea legends, the Ningen isn't based on ancient folklore. It's a modern mystery. The first whispers started in the early 2000s, when alleged crew members from Japanese government research vessels began discussing strange encounters in Antarctic waters. Their stories made their way onto online forums, where the legend of the Ningen exploded into public consciousness. But here's where things get strange. The Japanese government has never officially commented on it. Some believe that's because the Ningen isn't just a myth, it's classified. There are theories that Japanese research bases have encountered something unusual in the Southern Ocean, that somewhere, deep in government files, there are photos, recordings, proof of the Ningen's existence. But if it's real, what is it? Descriptions vary, but there are common details. Pale, almost translucent skin, massive size up to 100 feet long, a human-like shape with what appear to be arms, legs, and even facial features. It moves silently, blending into the ice, before disappearing into the depths. Some believe the Ningen is an undiscovered species of whale or giant ray, its features distorted by the water and the human imagination. Others think it could be a deep-sea creature that only surfaces under rare conditions, explaining why sightings are so scarce. And then there's the darker theory. What if the Ningen isn't an animal at all? What if it's something else? Something we weren't meant to see? There are stories, unconfirmed, but unsettling, of the Japanese military conducting classified research in Antarctica. Some believe that the Ningen might be an unknown biological entity, a life form so strange that governments are actively keeping it secret. Others link it to USOs, unidentified submerged objects, strange crafts seen moving at impossible speeds beneath the ocean's surface. Could the Ningen be connected to something much bigger? Or is it just another legend born from the unknown depths? The mystery of the Ningen is one of the most compelling modern oceanic enigmas, largely because it straddles the line between cryptozoology, conspiracy, and genuine scientific curiosity. Unlike many creatures of folklore, which have roots in centuries-old legends, the Ningen is a purely modern mystery, one that emerged from the internet age, fueled by first-hand accounts, blurry photographs, and whispers of government secrecy. But could there be a logical explanation? Or is this one of those cases where the truth is stranger than fiction? Some researchers believe the Ningen could be a case of misidentification, that what whalers and researchers have seen in the frigid Antarctic waters are simply known marine creatures mistaken for something far stranger. The Southern Ocean is home to some of the world's largest and most elusive sea life, including giant squid, colossal jellyfish, and the enormous sleeper sharks that patrol the depths. Some marine biologists suggest that under the right lighting and conditions, these creatures, especially if they breach the surface or move erratically, could create the illusion of a massive humanoid form. Others point to whales or manta rays, whose pale undersides could resemble the Ningen's supposed white, featureless body. In particular, beluga whales, which are uniquely suited to Arctic waters, are known for their bulbous heads, flexible bodies, and pale coloring, though none reach the sheer scale of the Ningen. But here's where things get interesting. Unlike other cryptids, which are often dismissed outright by scientists, the Ningen has a strange aura of secrecy surrounding it. Most accounts come from Japanese government research vessels, which has led some to speculate that there's classified evidence of something out there, something worth keeping hidden. This theory hinges on reports that certain online discussions about the Ningen have been removed or buried, particularly on Japanese forums, where alleged first-hand accounts originally surfaced. Some have even claimed that Japanese government agencies have quietly discouraged discussions about the Ningen, leading to speculation that it might not be a cryptid at all, but a real, undocumented species lurking in the Southern Ocean. Then there's the more conspiratorial angle. Some researchers point out that the Antarctic region is one of the most restricted places on Earth, with various international treaties preventing private exploration. Could it be because something unusual has been found there? The Ningen, according to these theories, isn't just an animal, but a biological entity so bizarre that its discovery would challenge our understanding of life on Earth. Some even go as far as to suggest that the Ningen might not be from Earth at all. The connection between the Ningen and USO's unidentified submerged objects has only added to its legend. Reports of massive, fast-moving objects beneath the Antarctic waters have fueled speculation that the Ningen is somehow linked to something even more mysterious. Some believe it's an advanced, undiscovered life form capable of surviving in conditions that would kill most creatures. Others suggest it might be an extraterrestrial biological entity, something that has been here far longer than we have, hiding beneath the waves. It's a theory that might sound outlandish until you realize just how little we actually know about the ocean. And that's the real heart of the mystery. The ocean is the last truly unexplored frontier on Earth. We've mapped more of the moon's surface than we have of the deep sea. We have no idea what might be lurking in the deepest, darkest parts of the ocean, and the Ningen could be just one of many strange life forms we've yet to properly document. With its pale, humanoid appearance, it strikes a primal chord, something eerily familiar yet impossibly alien. It's the kind of story that sticks with you because it forces you to wonder what else is out there. Despite its relatively recent origins, the legend of the Ningen has become one of the most enduring modern sea mysteries, drawing comparisons to legendary cryptids like the Loch Ness Monster, the Kraken, and the Megalodon. Unlike those creatures, however, the Ningen exists in a space between myth and potential reality, with just enough credible witness reports to keep the debate alive. The story has made its way into popular culture with Japanese television specials, online documentaries, and even fictionalized adaptations in anime and manga exploring the Ningen's eerie existence. The creature has also inspired artists and storytellers who depict it as a ghostly, otherworldly being, gliding silently through the depths. Some describe it as a guardian of the Antarctic, a mysterious entity that keeps watch over the frozen wasteland, appearing only to those who stray too far into the unknown. But the real question remains, is the Ningen real, or is it a case of maritime legend, fueled by the power of the internet? Until someone captures definitive proof, video footage, biological samples, or undisputed first-hand testimony, it remains a mystery, one that will continue to haunt the deep. And perhaps that's for the best, because if something that massive, that silent, that utterly inhuman is really out there, maybe we're better off not knowing. The Ningen remains one of the strangest mysteries of the deep, an enormous, pale entity lurking beneath the waves, seen by only a few, but speculated on by many. Whether it's an undiscovered species, a case of mistaken identity, or something beyond our understanding, one thing is certain: the deeper we go into the ocean, the stranger things get. And the Ningen is just one of the massive, unexplained creatures that might be lurking in the abyss, because the deeper you go, the bigger things seem to get. This isn't just legend. It's a real biological phenomenon known as deep-sea gigantism. Giant squids longer than buses, crabs the size of trash cans, and isopods that look like something out of an alien horror film. It's a mystery of evolution that defies logic. Why do creatures that live in the most extreme, food-scarce environments on Earth grow to such enormous sizes? And what else is down there that we haven't even seen yet? Let's dive into the bizarre science of deep-sea gigantism, one of the ocean's strangest and least understood biological mysteries. The ocean is vast, so vast in fact, that we've explored more of the surface of the moon than we have of our own deep sea. The deeper we go, the stranger things get. Creatures with glowing skin, translucent bodies, and jaws lined with needle-sharp teeth. But there's something else about the deep that defies logic. Down where the pressure is crushing, where food is scarce, and where life should stay small to survive, the exact opposite happens. Instead of shrinking down to conserve energy, some creatures grow to monstrous sizes, far bigger than their shallow water relatives. Crabs with legs wider than a grown man is tall. Squid longer than school buses. Isopods the size of house cats, crawling along the seafloor like relics from another time. This isn't just a coincidence. It's a phenomenon known as deep-sea gigantism, and scientists have been trying to figure out why it happens for years. Maybe you've heard of the Japanese spider crab, a nightmarish-looking arthropod with a leg span of over 12 feet, making it the largest known crab on Earth. Or the colossal squid, a behemoth that dwarfs its more famous cousin, the giant squid, with the largest eyes of any known animal and hooks instead of suckers lining its tentacles. And then there's the giant isopod, a deep-sea relative of the pill bug, that scuttles along the ocean floor like a prehistoric monster, reaching sizes over 2 feet long. It doesn't make sense, right? You'd expect creatures living in cold, lightless, and food-deprived environments to evolve to be small, compact, and energy-efficient. Yet these deep-sea organisms are massive. But the real question is why? Scientists have debated the reasons behind deep-sea gigantism for decades, and while no single answer has been confirmed, there are a few leading theories that could explain this bizarre evolutionary trend. One idea is that low temperatures slow metabolism, allowing creatures to grow for a much longer period before reaching maturity. Essentially, the cold acts as a biological time dilator, making deep-sea animals grow slowly but steadily over the course of decades, or even centuries. Then there's the theory that larger bodies conserve energy better, a crucial advantage in an environment where food is incredibly scarce. Bigger animals can store more energy, move more efficiently, and survive longer between meals. And then there's the predator-prey arms race. In the deep sea, encounters between predator and prey are rare, so when they do happen, the stakes are high. A larger body size makes a creature less likely to be eaten, and, in some cases, better equipped to take down rare, hard-to-catch prey. But maybe the most interesting theory is that the deep sea has fewer evolutionary constraints than surface waters. Up in the shallows, organisms have to deal with crowded ecosystems, fierce competition, and constant environmental shifts. But down in the depths, it's a lawless wasteland, where the strongest survive by growing bigger, slower, and stranger. The deeper you go, the bigger the unknowns become. We've already discovered some massive deep-sea creatures, but what about the ones that are still hiding? For years, there have been rumors of something much, much bigger, living in the deepest trenches of the ocean. The most famous theory? The megalodon. Megalodon was the largest shark to ever exist, a prehistoric predator that could reach lengths of 60 feet or more. Officially, it went extinct around 3.6 million years ago, but some believe that remnants of the species could still be lurking in the deep. The ocean is so vast, and we've explored so little of it, that some researchers argue it's possible, though unlikely, that a deep-sea relative of Megalodon could still exist in the abyss, hiding in uncharted trenches, where food is scarce and few humans venture. Then there's the possibility of deep-sea creatures we haven't even theorized yet. Scientists estimate that over 80% of the ocean remains unexplored. In recent years, entirely new species of massive deep-sea creatures have been discovered, including the giant siphonophore, a 150-foot-long deep-sea predator that looks like a living rope of jellyfish. If something that big could go unnoticed until recently, what else is down there? Deep-sea gigantism is one of nature's greatest mysteries, a phenomenon that defies expectations and challenges our understanding of evolution. It's a reminder that, despite all our advancements, the ocean still holds secrets we haven't even begun to uncover. What else is lurking in the deep? Could there be even larger creatures waiting to be discovered? Could the Ningen, if it exists, be an example of extreme deep-sea gigantism? Or is it possible that something even stranger is waiting for us down there? One thing is certain: the ocean is a world beyond human control, a vast and untamed frontier where evolution follows its own rules. And as long as we keep searching, the deeper we go, the bigger the mysteries become. So what do you think? Is deep-sea gigantism just an evolutionary quirk? Or are there monsters in the deep we've yet to find? Let me know in the comments below. The mysteries of the ocean are as vast and endless as the seas themselves. From the haunting tales of ghost ships to the enigmatic regions like the Devil's Sea, these stories remind us of the power and unpredictability of the world's waters. Despite all of our technology and exploration, the ocean still holds secrets that defy explanation, whispering to us from the depths. Which of these mysteries captured your imagination the most? And what do you think? Are these tales the result of natural forces, or do they hint at something more extraordinary? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. If you enjoyed this deep dive into some of the ocean's most puzzling enigmas, don't forget to like this video and subscribe for more stories of the unexplained. There's so much more out there waiting to be uncovered, and we're just getting started. Stay curious, keep learning, and remember, the ocean may give, but it can also take. Until next time, stay safe. Thank you so much for watching. See y'all in the next one video. If you like my channel, like and subscribe.